me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, true,
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. How are you? I hope everybody is doing well and well rested after Corey Richins. What a trial. And we're not done with Corey, you guys. Okay. First of all, one juror has already given an interview and spoken out. We're going to go over that this weekend. And she's got two more trials coming up. She's got the financial trial that's coming up, and then she's got the civil trial that's coming up. Now, I don't know if those two trials coming up will be streamed, but I will try to, if they're not, I'll update you guys. Okay, so that's happening. Um, we're going to Georgia this time, and we're going to stream the case of Georgia versus Susan M. I want to hear how they say her last name first because I'm not exactly sure how it's pronounced and I don't want to mispronounce it. So she is a former dentist. She was a dentist when this happened. And this happened recently. This happened March 7th, I think it was, or 8th of 2025. We're at March 19th of 2026. So this is really quick to go to trial. She is accused of shooting her boyfriend through the guest bedroom door in a home near Lake Lanier that they purchased together earlier in the year. And so they're going to talk about all the charges against her, and we're going to listen to the opening statements. But the good thing about this case is um, we are there on day 3 today, I think. So we're like 3 days behind. So we'll be able to skip through the breaks. We'll be able to skip through the lunches and all the things, right? So we'll be able to get right to it. I thought, okay, maybe what I could do is like stream today, Friday, and Saturday, and then that would get us caught up for Monday. But then I thought, no, let's stay behind so that we can continue to skip. Oops, I hit my mic. Sorry about that, you guys. I don't, so let's keep doing that. Let me say good morning to you guys, and then we'll get right into it. Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Brandy. Good morning, Neat. Good to see you. Good morning, Jenny. Good morning. Jenny says, Jen Lou, were you and Chicky Nuggy able to spend some quality time together? Yes, we were. Yes, we were. Good morning, Birdie. It's good to see you. It's almost afternoon for some of you guys. I'm not real familiar with this case either, Neat. So we're kind of going to be able to watch it like a juror. And Brandy said, hey, everyone, I was having withdrawals. So glad to be back at it together. Yes. Yes. There's a couple of other trials going on, but this one sort of piqued my interest because she's also accused of staging the scene, of becoming unhinged, and that's what started it. Yeah, this seems interesting. Hi, Love Louie 1. Love Louie will be in the bushes while working. Well, okay, don't get caught. I don't want to get you in trouble. All right, so let's get started. I have the closed captioning on. I'm going to speed us up to 1.25. First, we're going to listen. We're not going to listen to all the jury instructions. We're just going to listen to him reading the charges. Then we're going to skip to opening statements and then presentation of evidence. All right, here we go.
5-1 subsection C, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 4, in the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Suzanne Renee Mericle with the offense of aggravated assault. For that, the said accused in the county of Hall in the state of Georgia on the 8th day of March 2025 did assault another, to wit, James Barron, with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, which when used offensively against a person is likely to and does result in serious bodily injury by firing said weapon through a door in the direction of James Barron in violation of OCGA 16-5-21, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 5, in the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Suzanne Renee Mericle with the offense of criminal damage to property in the first degree. For that, the said accused in the county of Hall in the state of Georgia on the 8th day of March 2025 did knowingly and without authority interfere with a door in a manner so as to endanger human life by shooting the door of a room that was occupied by a person, to wit, James Barron, in violation of OCGA 16-7, again, 16-722, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 6, and the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Suzanne Renee Mericle with the offense of possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. For that, the said accused in the county of Hall in the state of Georgia on the 8th day of March 2025 did have on her person a firearm, to wit, a handgun, during the commission of a crime, to wit, aggravated assault, as alleged in count 4 of this indictment in violation of OCGA 16-11-106, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. The last count, count 7, and the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Suzanne Renee Mericle with the offense of tampering with evidence. For that, the said accused in the county of Hall in the state of Georgia on the 8th day of March 2025 did knowingly conceal physical evidence, to wit, shell casings and bullets, with the intent to obstruct the prosecution of said accused in violation of OCGA 16-10-94, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. The defendant has pled not guilty.
She's also charged, and this is how the stream starts. Like, I didn't skip or anything. She's also charged with malice murder and felony murder. So she's got quite a few charges against her. The judge is going to read the instructions and then, or, talk to the jury about the law. And we're going to start with opening statements. Here we go. Her last name is Mericle, which, I mean, that's how I thought it might be pronounced, but I wasn't sure.
This is James David Barrett. He went by David, and so that's what we're going to call him here. He was 68 years old when his life tragically came to an end at the hands of his girlfriend, the defendant, Suzanne Mericle, when she became unhinged and shot him in a fit of rage. Now, David and Suzanne had begun dating back in 2019. And it was a brief relationship then. They stayed in touch, and they reconnected over the years. They reconnected in the spring of 2024. The defendant was a dentist. She had a practice on St. Simon's Island, and David was an executive for a company that did construction for airports. He had two adult children, 3 grandchildren at the time of his death, and now there's 2 more grandchildren. When they reconnected in the spring of 2024, they began dating again, and it went at a much faster pace. They started dating, and they even went on vacation together with David's family to the beach. So the defendant went on the family vacation in August to the beach with them. The relationship progressed, and then in October of 2024, they bought this home together on Lake Lanier. So they bought the home, and the defendant was still working in her practice on St. Simon's Island with an eye towards retiring and coming to live here at the lake house with David. So on March 7th, 2025, things had become a little tense. And, but the day started out as a good day. It started out as a good day. They went to the Olive Garden, they ate, they came back. They were still settling in their new home. They were
Always. How many times have we heard the day started out like a good day? Always. Today it started out as a good day. They are always giving us the ice cube, but it never ends well. Otherwise we wouldn't be here. Welcome in everybody that's just joining us. Good morning, Preschool Granny. Good morning, B. Frank. Who did I miss? Oh, good morning, Kate Can Create. Good to see you. Welcome back in. Also, okay, I wanted to tell you guys, because I forgot about this in the intro. I watched a significant portion of the Afro Man trial. Now, let me just tell you what had happened. The same judge that is currently presiding over the another Ohio case, Billy Wagner, his case, this is the judge that presided over Afro Man's case. Now, that being said, Tess and I were emailing back and forth about this case, and I had considered covering this case next until I saw who the judge was. That judge absolutely, completely frustrates me, like at a cellular level. Okay. He frustrates my DNA. All right. I can't, Billy Wagner's trial is coming someday. And that judge is probably, unless at this point, he's the one presiding over it, although it's in appeals, and they're not done with the appeals court yet, as far as I know. So, I'm saving my small reserve of patience for that judge for that trial. Can you imagine how interrupting and blurting out and ranty, yelly, all the things I would be if I had to listen to him through 2 trials. But I will tell you, um, I found the argument made by Afro Man's attorneys to be a good argument. And I mean, it's not like he took body cam footage. This was security footage from his home. They, wrecked the joint, and he needed to recoup his costs, and it was artistic expression. And I am always interested in defamation cases because the bar for defamation is high. Courts in the United States favor the United States Constitution, which gives people the right to free speech. So, I know that there are people on the tubes that run around hollering defamation all of the time. And it's one thing to allege defamation. It's another thing to be able to prove it in a court of law. A lot of defamation cases don't even make it past the filing. So there's that. Just something to keep in mind. Also, good morning, Chicken Lady. Good to see you. All right, let's continue with the opening statements.
They were unpacking boxes. They were putting together furniture. That night, they watched a movie. And we don't know a whole lot about the events that led up to the shooting that occurred late that night, early in the morning hours of March the 8th. But what the evidence will show is that the defendant had become aware that David had remained in contact with a woman from his past, a woman named Lilia, who she thought was from Romania, but was actually lives in Moldova. And David had been sending Lilia money, and the defendant was understandably upset about that. But it became something of an obsession with her. She couldn't let it go. She was constantly confronting David about it, and they were constantly fighting about it. So on the night of March 7th, 2025, what we do know, and what the evidence will show, what the physical evidence will show, is that David retreated upstairs. So in this lake house, the master bedroom is downstairs. The evidence will show that David had retreated upstairs to a guest bedroom. He had retreated to the guest bedroom, closed the door, locked the door behind him. The evidence will show that the defendant got her gun and that she came upstairs and that she fired that gun into the door where David was standing behind the door and to the side. That she got her gun, which was a Glock 9mm, she got her gun and was holding the gun so that the muzzle was around 6 inches away from the surface of the door. And she fired that gun at a sideways angle. It went through the door, it went through the corner of the wall. And David was blading himself to the side of the door in a defensive position. And the bullet hit him in the left arm, slightly above the elbow. In the left arm, it came out the same arm, went into his chest, traveled through his left lung, and hit in his thoracic aorta. And then went into the right side, fractured a rib, and kind of came to rest on the other side of his chest. So almost immediately when that happened, the defendant is on the other side of the door. She hears the impact of the bullet. She hears David make a noise, sort of like a grunt as it hits him. It hits him, and he falls forward on his face. And he falls forward in a position where he is on top of his right hand. He's right-handed. He falls on top of his right hand. His left hand is out to his side. And the defendant went to the garage and got a hammer and hammered holes into the door until she could reach in, unlock the door. So she reached in and unlocked the door. And instead of rendering medical aid or trying to resuscitate David, she goes into damage control mode. She gets David's Beretta and she takes that Beretta and she puts it in a position on the floor or near the floor, near where his left hand is. And she fires that gun. She has some problems initially getting the gun to fire because it's not her gun. She's not familiar with it. Some live rounds come out of the gun. She fires the gun, and the gun goes through what is now the open doorway out into the foyer of the home, hitting a metal baluster, hitting a wood banister, and then going out and hitting the wood. There's a wood, I think it's called a batten wall in the foyer. So it hits and nicks that wall. We think she fired 2 to 3 shots based on the evidence. A shot went all the way through the glass, and that projectile was never found. The shot that hit the wood may have ricocheted off the wood and then caused a defect in the glass, but there's fragments from the bullets in various places all throughout the house. So she had taken David's gun, she had taken it out of the holster, she had thrown the holster on the bed, gotten the gun, and done that. And then she began wiping up the blood. But before she started wiping up the blood, she took the shell casings that came from both guns and flushed them, and the projectiles that she found, the live rounds that had fallen out, she flushed them down the toilet. She flushed them down the toilet, and they were later recovered in the septic line.
That seems like a bad idea to do. I don't think that you should ever flush projectiles, casings, things like that, especially when you have a septic tank.
Then she calls 911 around 1:11 or so. She talks to them for a few minutes, doesn't give them a lot of information that's about what's going on. I don't think at that call she even gives her address. She hangs up after about a minute and a half or so. Then she tries to make a call to her sister. Her sister doesn't answer, but then there is 6 minutes between when she gets off the first 911 call and she calls 911 for a second time. And then when the police come, she's not out there waiting on the steps, anxious for help. She is upstairs wiping up the blood with towels. So I want to talk to you just a little bit about the charges so that you know what to be looking for and what the state has to prove as we present the evidence to you in this case. Now, because of the defendant's actions that night, she's charged with malice murder in count 1. So she's charged with malice, causing the death of James Barron by shooting him and killing him. And then in counts 2 to 3, those are felony murder counts. And so we have charged him with 2 different felony murders with 2 counts of felony murder because she committed felony murder in 2 different ways. She committed 2 different felonies, either of which or both of which could cause the death of David Barron. So when you commit a felony and in the process of committing that felony and somebody is killed, that's felony murder. So here in count 4, the defendant is charged with aggravated assault for assaulting James Barron with a deadly weapon, which is a firearm, which is an object which, when used offensively, is likely to or does result in serious bodily injury, by firing the gun through a door in the direction of James Barron. So then the second felony count is criminal damage in the first degree. And so what you can be looking for to view the evidence in regards to this count is that the defendant knowingly and without authority interfered with the door in a manner so as to endanger human life by shooting the door of a room that was occupied by a person, that being James David Barron. In count 6, the defendant is charged with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And so what you need to be looking for in regards to whether the state has proven that count is that we proved that the defendant had a gun on her person or in her possession, and that she used that gun to commit the crime of aggravated assault, which was the crime of shooting the gun through the door in the victim's direction. So in the final count, the defendant is charged with tampering with evidence. And so what she's charged with doing here is knowingly concealing physical evidence, that being the shell casings and the bullets, with the intent to obstruct the prosecution. Sometimes it's prosecution of another. In this case, it's the prosecution of herself. So basically, she flushed the shell casings and the bullets down the toilet in order to hide evidence of her crime. So in order to prove these charges to y'all, the state will be calling witnesses, and we will be presenting evidence through the testimony of the witnesses and some of the physical evidence that the witnesses will present on the stand. So the first witness you're going to hear from is Deputy Zachary Martin. He was the first responding officer on the scene. He had another officer with him, and when they arrived on the scene, they came up to the house in the dark, but it was lit up on the inside. And the deputies were shining their flashlights into the door. Deputy Martin went around to the side of the house to check on things, while Deputy Thomas was pounding on the door and yelling sheriff's office and shining his flashlight in that door. The defendant did not come to the door, and at one point, Deputy Martin saw her come down the stairs and then turn around and go back up the stairs, and he sees her through the foyer window, can see through the foyer window that she is in the bedroom and crouching down, appearing to be doing something, which once he goes inside, sees that she's got the towels and she's wiping up the blood. So you're going to hear from Deputy Martin, and you are going to see some footage from his body cam about what they saw when they first walked in the house. So I'm going to play just a small portion of what they saw when they first walked into the crime scene.
She came from in here. He's on the face down. 2024 Telluride, James Fair, that address. There's a hallway with a normal like that. Second. Check on him. Porsche, Lincoln, black and color. Yep. Department Sam Henry Charlie, 4742. Mary, I'll take this room. There's a closet over here. Okay. It's clear. All right. I don't have a pulse on him.
So that's what they saw. They saw David Barron lying on his face, blood everywhere, the gun next to his hand, bloody towels, and all of that. So after you hear from Deputy Martin, you're going to hear from Deputy Richard Thomas. So he was the deputy that was there, that was with Deputy Martin. He was knocking on the door. And so Deputy Martin's role was more looking over the crime scene and staying with the paramedics to make sure the crime scene wasn't disturbed. Now, Deputy Thomas's role there was staying with the defendant and keeping an eye on her.
This is the first time I've had heard of someone fleshing the bullets. This is a first for me as well, Love Louie. I've heard of many people doing many different things with the bullets, with shell casings, all the things, but never putting them in the toilet.
So you're going to hear some statements that the defendant made to Deputy Thomas while they were just sitting outside on the porch. Some voluntary, spontaneous utterances and statements that she made about what had happened that night. So listen for these statements when you're watching his body cam, and the statements are important. Listen for those statements, and then listen how they compare to the statements she later gave in the interview, and also think about those statements when you're seeing and hearing the evidence about the physical evidence on the scene, because it just simply, you will see from the evidence that it does not add up. So what statements did she make to Deputy Thomas? He grabbed my neck. She's talking about David. She's saying, David grabbed my neck. David made me go upstairs. He tried to shoot me, and he shot at me. I got dragged down the stairs, and then I got my gun. We got into a fight a couple of weeks ago, and I decided to drive home. And that is, she's talking about a separate incident that we'll talk about briefly in just a minute. And then she's also talking about the separate incident where she left the house and got a DUI. And she's saying, he made me leave the house. Then also, she says to Deputy Thomas that David dragged me up the stairs. He said he was going to kill me. I said he'd been drinking too much. He said he'd shoved the gun down my throat. I was walking up the stairs, and he said, stay away, and he shot the gun. I tried to shoot the doorknob off, or I tried to shoot the lock off. She says this 9 different times, that that's what she was trying to do to Deputy Thomas, that she was trying to shoot the doorknob or the lock off of that closed door. Now, in addition to Deputy Thomas, you're going to hear from Investigator Matthew Mefford. This is him sitting at the table with us today.
Now, look, maybe they had some kind of special lock on the door, but at any rate, where she shot the door versus where the lock and the doorknob would be inside of that doorknob, the lock is, part of the doorknob, are 2 different spots, kind of far away from each other. So either she's a big lying liar face who tells lies, or she has like the worst aim on the planet. And also, I would just like to say, what kind of freaking lock do you have on the door that you would need to use a freaking gun to shoot at it to get it to unlock, when a clothes hanger would suffice, a credit card would suffice? I don't understand. That seems a bit extra, which normally, you guys know I'm a fan of people who are extra, but this is not extra in a way that anybody can enjoy.
He's the lead investigator on the case. And one of his roles as the lead investigator was to interview the defendant. So at the sheriff's office, at the law enforcement center, he sat down with the defendant and talked to her about what had happened. And so,
hey, Dupsy Daisy, you're not late at all. In fact, I hope you haven't rewound, because this is just opening statements. We just barely are getting into it. All right, here we go.
here's some of the statements that she made during that interview, and I want you to listen for them we'll play the interview for you. And so you'll be listening for these things. She said that, now she's talking about an incident that happened on February 16th, an earlier incident, that she went upstairs and lay there for 3 hours and couldn't go to sleep. So then I thought, I'm just going to go to St. Simon's. So I got up and got dressed and got all my stuff and put it in the car. And then I went upstairs. He had the door locked, and I said I was leaving. So, and we'll talk some more about that incident in a minute. We keep getting in big fights because of this woman being Lilia, the woman that he is having contact with and sending money to. He said, I got your phone and your journal, and I was going up the stairs to get them. So this is in relation to the incident that night of the shooting. She's saying that he had her phone and his journal, and that she was going upstairs to get those items when the shooting occurred. Also be listening for this, and keep this in mind as you view the evidence and as you listen to the testimony. She told Investigator Mefford, we'd never gotten like this, ever. So things had never, ever gotten that bad as it was that night. She says David was drinking too for a long time, Jack Daniels and maybe some beer. And then she admitted that she flushed 2 to 3 live rounds down the toilet downstairs in the master bedroom. She said that she denied picking up her shell casing from when she fired her Glock. She denied shooting a gun towards the stairs, and she said his gun was right there on the floor with my phone. She also then says, I don't think he shot his gun, I shot my gun. And she says, he didn't shoot me at all. He never shot his gun. So lots of contradictory statements to listen for coming from the defendant. And these are significant because she's saying that he never shot his gun, but then she had said earlier to Deputy Thomas that he shot at her as she was coming up the stairs. So listen for the inconsistencies. She said the holster was on the floor. I don't know why I went and got my gun. She denied picking up the shell casing. She had an injury to her hand that's sometimes referred to as slide bite. Some of y'all that have guns know when sometimes if you rack it, you're not holding it right, you can get cut right there. And she said she got that from playing with his gun downstairs because he had asked her to hold his gun and see if it fit her hand. That was one of the statements that she made to Deputy Mefford. She also said in reference to the fact that she had stated that she was going upstairs just to get her phone because he had her phone. It's just a phone, I know better. She also said, I said, give me my phone. And she also said, I should have just let him keep my phone. She told Mefford, I was waiting for the police and sitting on the stairs. And so be thinking about that when you watch Deputy Martin's body cam. And they come to the door, and it takes her almost 2 minutes to come to the door. She told Mefford, I was waiting for the police and was sitting on the stairs. She said, I wasn't trying to shoot him. And she said to Investigator Mefford, I was just trying to shoot the doorknob off. She said, either that, sometimes she said, or she would say it, I was trying to shoot the lock off, but 19 times she says that to Investigator Mefford. So be listening for that in her interview. And be watching for this. Although she is acting dramatic and hysterical when she's talking to Deputy Thomas and Investigator Mefford, look for any tears. See if you can see any actual tears coming out of her eyes during either of those statements. So we also expect to hear from Sergeant Cameron Durham. He is our crime scene investigator. He has been a crime scene investigator in Hall County for 25 years. And so we're going to go through with him. He took pictures of all the things at the crime scene. So you're going to see a lot of pictures of the evidence and the crime scene through Sergeant Durham. So one of the important things that he took a picture of, this is the door that the defendant shot through. And so this is the door. The door is open in this picture, so it's not like it was when the evidence will show that the gun was fired, but it's just open for the purpose of taking the measurement and taking the picture. So you'll see, and Investigator Durham will testify that where his finger is right around where the bullet went through the door. So this is the side that she shot through from the outside. And you heard all those statements, or you will hear all the statements about how she was trying to shoot the doorknob and shoot the door lock off. Well, the bullet, you'll hear, the evidence will show, went into the door 8 inches above that. So that's what he's pointing to in that picture. When the muzzle of the gun was only 6 inches away from the door. And so in this picture, you can see better that the bullet hole, and if you look really close, you can see some little black speckles around the hole. That's called stippling, and Investigator Durham will tell you that what that indicated to him was that the defendant had been standing about 6 inches away from the door when the muzzle was 6 inches away from the surface of the door when she shot at David. You're going to see pictures of the trajectory. So this is the inside of the door. This is the other side of the door. So this rod here indicates the path of the bullet. It came at a sideways angle through the door, nicked that wall, and then went around and kept going in that direction. And you're going to hear Investigator Durham, in his opinion, that David was standing about right here when he was shot and killed. Now you're going to hear about the holster on the bed. You're going to hear that the evidence will show that the defendant had picked up the holster and already had blood on her hands. When she picked up the holster, and she unsnapped the holster, and she got David's gun out of the holster to shoot it out to make it look like self-defense. So she took the holster and she threw it on the bed, and then she got the gun out, and David's gun out and started firing it. So that's the holster. You're going to hear that there was blood on the holster. The holster was there, a sample was taken, a swab was taken from the holster, and it was sent to the crime lab, and the crime lab found it positive for blood on the holster. And then you're going to hear evidence about the outward trajectory of the shots that the defendant fired from the Beretta. So this picture, the yellow dowel rod, shows the direction of the bullet as it came outwards through the open door and into the foyer. And this is a picture of the other angle of that. Investigator Durham will testify that the projectile hit the metal rod, and he doesn't know if it was the same projectile that hit the metal rod and the wood banister, or if it's two different. He's just trying to show the general direction that the shots were fired in. So from a low level on the ground, and then they came outward, hitting the wood, and then hitting, you can see here there's a defect in the wood, and then holes in the glass. And then the rounder hole is one, I believe that Investigator Durham will testify, that they never could locate the projectile that went through that. And so this is a still shot that you're going to see from Deputy Martin's body cam that shows the position of the victim, Mr. Barron, when the first responding officers got on the scene right before the paramedics started trying the life-saving measures on him. And it shows the bloody towels where the defendant left them. It shows the gun on top of the blood. And that is another picture of the towels, Mr. Barron's Beretta that the evidence will show was fired and left set there by the defendant, and that's the hammer that she used to get in the door. And then you can see the bloody footprints. Investigator Durham will testify about the bloody footprints from the defendant going into the bathroom and flushing the casings and 2 live rounds down the toilet, not from the master bedroom, but from the upstairs bedroom, the upstairs guest bedroom where she killed Mr. Barron. Now this picture you're going to hear about, it is important because this is the kitchen, but they had to cut a hole in the ceiling of the kitchen, and up above that is the toilet where the shell casings and the projectiles were flushed. And so they enlisted the help of a septic tank professional who helped them get there in the septic tank. They had taken the toilet out in the guest bedroom where Mr. Barron was. They had taken the toilet out. They put the camera down the pipe and found one of the live rounds up there. And so they got it out from the pipe that was right under the toilet in the upstairs bathroom. And that's a picture of the round that they recovered out of that pipe. There was one more live round that was found further down the line, more underneath the house, and then 2 shell casings that had moved further along that were in the septic tank line. And so we expect that to be evidence that we show concerning the tampering with evidence. And so that's where they got shell casings out of the line. I expect you're going to see a picture of the live rounds. So it turned out to be there were a total of 4 live rounds that were ejected from the Beretta that the defendant was trying to manipulate in some way and just wasn't operating it correctly when she was firing those shots outward. So she did flush 2 that she found down the toilet, but then there were 2 that she did not find that were maybe had lodged underneath Mr. Barron's body or something like that, because they, after the paramedics came and the crime scene investigator came, they found this one, and then they found this. And what you'll notice about this live round is that it was found on top of the packaging that went in that came in the transport bag that they ended up carrying Mr. Barron out in. So it had gotten kicked out of something, or it had come loose from somewhere, and so the defendant had actually missed those 2 live rounds when she was concealing the evidence and flushing it down the toilet. So in addition to Sergeant Durham, our crime scene investigator, you're going to hear some witnesses from the GBI. You're going to hear from Bryson Miller. He's going to tell you that he tested that sample of blood that Investigator Durham took from the holster, and it was positive for blood. You're going to hear from Martin Gravely. He's the firearms examiner with the GBI, and he looked at both the guns and determined that the projectile that the medical examiner retrieved from the body of Mr. Barron was fired from the defendant's Glock. He's also going to testify that the shell casings that were submitted to him, that one of them came from the Glock, and that one of them came from 2 of them came from the Beretta. So he's going to say that these guns fired these things, and he's going to testify about that. You're going to hear from a toxicologist that did the blood work that was submitted by the medical exam into toxicology, and he's going to tell you that, and so be listening for this, because when you listen to some of the statements the defendant made about that the victim had been drinking, he's going to testify that there was no blood, alcohol in Mr. Barron's blood at the time of his death. The medical examiner is going to testify. She's going to tell you the path of the bullet, that it went through the left arm, into the chest, through the left lung, through the thoracic aorta, and into Mr. Barron's right lung, hitting a rib and stopping in the chest cavity. that the cause of Mr. Barron's death was the gunshot wound of the torso and the upper extremity, and that the manner of death is homicide. Now, in addition to all the science and crime lab witnesses, you're going to hear some witnesses that are going to talk about motive. Now, the state doesn't have to prove motive, but it certainly is helpful, especially in a case like this. And so you're going to hear testimony about December 28th of 2024. And that is the day that the defendant found out that Mr. Barron was having contact with Lilia. That's when she first found out about Lilia, and she confronted him. They got in a fight. He wanted to leave. She took his car keys, and she actually pointed a gun at Mr. Barron. Mr. Barron, she finally gave him his car keys, and he left, and he fled to a hotel. You're also going to hear on January 4th of 2025 that on that day, the defendant became upset because she found out, I think she was looking around in Mr. Barron's things, and she found out that he had been sending money to Lilia and her daughter. She became upset about that. Understandably so, it wasn't a smart thing to do. Even Mr. Barron's family didn't like him doing that, but he was doing that. She was becoming increasingly upset about it. And she confronted him, and he again retreated and went to a hotel. You're going to hear testimony about February 1st of 2025 when they are in St. Simon's, when David Barron had gone to visit the defendant in St. Simon's, and they had gone out to dinner, and they were having a nice dinner, but they got in a fight. She started confronting him about Lilia again upset about Lilia. And they were yelling at dinner, and they were yelling when they came back to the condo, and they were yelling outside the condo, and some neighbors, or some people that were staying in a nearby unit, actually called the police. And the police came out there, and what they actually found out was that David was trying to leave. He was trying to get inside the condo. The defendant had gotten inside the condo. He wanted to get inside and get his things. She would not let him inside. He was trying to open the door to get his things where he could leave. And in doing that, she was pushing against the door, trying to push it closed. And when he was pushing the door open, she fell over and hit her head. And the police came. The police came. They talked to both parties. And they determined that it was an accident and no arrests were made. David was finally able to leave, and he left. And so then you're also going to hear, just continuing on, that there are continued confrontations by the defendant about her dissatisfaction with what Mr. Barron is doing. She's becoming increasingly unhinged and upset about this, and she just cannot move past it. She cannot let it go. She's not listening to her, doing what she wants, and so they get in another fuss. And he goes to that same guest room. He goes upstairs and goes into the guest room to go to bed to avoid her. And she went to sleep at first in the master downstairs, but she couldn't sleep, and so she decided that she was just going to leave and go back to St. Simon. So,
Hey, Justified, good to see you. So this is Georgia. Malice murder, felony murder. She's charged with obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence. So, excuse me, she's charged with quite a bit.
she did that, but she had been drinking, and so she got arrested for DUI as she was leaving town. And so that's the context for those statements that she makes when she talks to the investigators and the officers about, she makes some comments about why she was driving. So the evidence is going to show that just over time that the defendant became just unhinged. David was not listening to her. She couldn't control what he was doing. He wasn't doing what she wanted him to do. She didn't like what she was doing. She was reaching out to people, sending screenshots of Lilia, complaining about Lilia, and just obsessed with it. So you're gonna hear about that, and then you're also gonna hear and see texts from the defendant to David that will show the state of their relationship, that will show her aggressive and controlling behavior towards him, her frustration with him. And in the context of that, you'll see his calm, reserved, and reasonable reaction to her continued confrontation about that through their text messages.
Congratulations, Get Me a Snack. That's amazing. What fantastic news. Oh, yay. I'm so happy. Thanks, B. Frank, for checking in. Good to see ya. There we go. Sorry about that.
So as you hear the evidence, view the evidence in this case, this is going to be a case not about what or who, but why. So I want you to ask yourself 2 questions as you're hearing the evidence in the case. The first question is, were the defendant's actions reasonable? Was that reasonable? The second question is, why was David Barron, why had he retreated, and why was he hiding back there? And after we've presented all the evidence to you in the case, the evidence is going to show that the defendant was unhinged and obsessed and irrationally angry. And she lost it. She lost it. And she shot David Barron on purpose through that door and killed him. And we'll come back and ask you to find him guilty on all the counts. Thank you.
Okay, now, the defense is going to have a little kerfuffle, I feel like, and not be able to get, yeah. So hang on, I think. Yeah, they're going to have, there we go. They got to get IT up there.
Now begin with opening statements from the defense.
Thank you. I wish that you guys were going to get the chance to meet this woman. But you won't. You won't. This is a woman from a family of 7 siblings, raised in St. Simon's Island area. Put herself through medical school and dental school and ran a solo dental practice for 32 years in the St. Simon's area. A stranger to nobody. A real light in her eyes. I wish you were going to get a chance to meet her, but you won't. There was only one thing. After raising 3 kids, running a dental practice for 32 years, there was one thing she didn't have as she's nearing her retirement. A loving, committed relationship, somebody to spend it with. Enter James David Barron. 6'3", 235 pounds. An ex-football player from the University of Tennessee. And even the Cowboys. He played defense. He was known to hit hard. She thought she had found her Prince Charming. She literally would call him her knight in shining armor. And he would call her his Cinderella. And yes, it went fast. It went lightning fast. From summer of 2024, when their relationship truly began in earnest, to October of 2024, they own this house in Hall County, 4238 Bay Ridge Drive, at a cost of $1.59 million. And a mortgage of $1.33250. A monthly payment that was north of $9,000 a month. And this is the first time about the time they close on this house, when it starts to shift. The shining armor, This was somebody who had opinions about what she wore, what she was to eat, what she was to do with her money from the sale of her dental practice. This was someone who put their hands on her over and over and over again. Sometimes.
Okay. So as we can see, the defense is going to blame the victim. I think, okay, it doesn't sound, I don't know. It almost sounds like they're going to argue self-defense or battered spouse syndrome, but I don't know if Georgia has that. So let's keep listening, and the timer's going off for the oven. So I'll be right back.
Times just grab her head and smash it up into the inside of a car right against the little side window. Other time, toss her purse out on the road while they're driving down the street. Sometimes he did things to her that should not be done to any woman. And every single time, it ended the same way. Apologies. I'm sorry. I'll never do this again. And when it was over, there were two rules. He's a really good man. She told everybody he's a really, really good man. And number two, you don't tell a soul what he's done to you.
So to answer you, Kate wants to know, is that the defendant in the white striped long sleeve top? Let me hide your comment and I'll show you right here. Yes, she is the defendant. This is the defense table. This is the prosecution table. It is a fixed camera. So court TV is just simply streaming this. They don't have control over the camera. I believe that the judge does.
Nobody. And she didn't. She never told a soul. That's when the nightmare started. That's when her inability to sleep began. And yeah, it's true. It is true that on December 28th of 2024, she found out about this woman here on the right, Lilia Bokan from Moldova, and her daughter on the left, Emily Estrade. And it's true, she didn't like that one bit. True. It turned out Mr. Barron was not only getting these two women brought into the United States with a green card, but also he was paying for their apartment to the tune of $3,500 a month in the state of New Jersey. And yeah, she didn't like that one bit. It's true. And they would fight, and it was violent. Apologies again. Two rules. He's a really good man. He's a really good man. And what he did to you is not to be discussed. So she didn't tell us so. And the nightmares continued. Let's get down to what happened here, folks. On March 6th, the day before the shooting, she made the trip from St. Simon's Island. That's 6 hours in the car, in case y'all have never been there. She was driving David Barron's car, James David Barron's car, from St. Simon's to Hall County. Why did she have his car? Well, because her car had an issue. You're going to hear about what that is. It wouldn't run. She had his car. She did what she normally did on Thursday. She went to go see her personal trainer. She worked out. And she said, I'm canceling tomorrow's appointment. I'm coming up to Hall County. And she drove up here in David Barron's car. David Barron had been trying to drive her car. He'd been trying to drive her car, but he couldn't make it work. It wouldn't run. So he had to go rent a car. And when she got there on March 6th, the very next day, March 7th, they returned that car. Yeah, it was a pretty good day. It was a pretty good day that day in the beginning. They returned that car, and there are now 2 vehicles at this house. 2. One does not work. It's hers. The other one that works is his.
Oh, thank you, Kate Can Create, celebrating 7 months of membership. Thank you so much. I love the questions. I would never say putting up with questions. I would say we're having a discussion, which I like. And yes, Brandy, nightmares don't mean that you can murder somebody. Lord Jesus.
One set of keys, the keys to his car. March 7th. So we get to the evening. She makes them dinner. She makes him scrambled eggs just the way he likes it. Little milk, salt and pepper, some butter. Puts that in a frying pan. She gets bacon, puts it in another frying pan, waits till they're cooked on the right way, flips them over, some kielbasa, serves them dinner. And when it's done, cleans it up, cleans up their plates. He falls asleep in front of the television set. There was something on her phone. There was something on her phone that she'd forgotten to delete. When she came back into the living room, he'd seen it. He'd seen it. And he was enraged. He'd never gotten like this before. He was enraged. And all 6'3", 235 pounds of him came over and choked her, cutting off her air, just choking her. Then he slammed her up against a wall, grabbing her arms, throwing her up against another wall. He can toss her like a rag doll, and he did. Then he decides, you know what? Let me get my gun. Let me take your phone. Let me take the only keys to the only car in this house. At 1:06 a.m. He tells her, no one's leaving this house tonight. He comes back over, he grabs her, he drops her down to her knees, and he's got her right there in front of him, and he wants something from her. And he's going to make it happen. And she won't do it as good as he wants it done, and through the tears, yes, real tears, through the tears coming down, he takes the gun and he says, legitimately, I will shove this down your throat. Do not close your eyes tonight. Cruises on upstairs, slams the door so loud as he gets upstairs that it sounds like a shot. And with those tears mixed with the taste of his sex organ in her mouth, she's got to make a choice. The only way out of there is to get her phone. She cannot leave. This house is a 33-minute walk to the next possible intersection.
I was not prepared. Admittedly, I said I was listening in the shower. I don't take hour-and-a-half long showers, and I was listening at double time. 1.5. I did not get to this point in opening statements. I'm so sorry that I could not prepare you because I myself was not prepared. My bad. Yikes on bikes.
It is isolated. There are no lights. She has no car. Oh, sure, she could walk out the front door and go to a neighbor. He's on her in 2 seconds if she does that. She gets her gun. She goes up. And by the way, yeah, this is how she looks. She gets her gun. She goes up those stairs, and she even gives him a chance. Give me my phone. Give me my phone. I am leaving. Give me my phone. Nothing. David, I'm going to shoot the lock off this door. I'm going to shoot this lock. Give me my phone. Nothing. And with her hands shaking, every part of her body vibrating, her inability to even breathe, these deep gasps, she does fire at that lock. She does. And you've already heard, this was a strange looking shot. Through a door, through a wall, out a wall. And unfortunately, truly tragically, hits him. Now she's locked outside of a door. Still can't call 911, no phone. This 5'5", 120-pound woman then marshals up the strength to sprint down the 2 flights of stairs, grab a hammer, bash a hole in it so that she can get through and unlock the door and get in to help this man. And she does it. She does it. And as soon as she gets in there, she picks up the phone, her phone, and she calls 911 immediately. Over and over again. She dials over and over again, over and over again. She tries to call her sister. She tries to call 911 over and over and over again, and she can see that he's dead. He's dead. And this is what's going through her mind. Nobody's coming. They're not there fast enough. Yeah. She picked up his gun for sure. She shot 2 shots with that gun, that's for sure. This wasn't an attempt. This was not an attempt to set the scene. This was a suicide attempt. Twice. Police come. She can't even articulate anything. She can't even tell the 911 people anything. They can barely get the address of the house down. Remember those rules. Unfortunately, even though anybody looking at this person would know he's deceased, anybody, unfortunately, she's told by EMS that when his body left the scene, he was still alive. She's told he's still alive. She believes it because she wants to, desperately. It's not true. It's not true, but she believes it. And she almost had the courage, even still believing that he was alive, she almost had the courage to break one of the rules and tell him the truth about what he'd done. She almost had the courage, but she wanted.
Is he okay?
We'll learn that here in a minute.
All the sounds are just stupid.
It's okay.
I was coming back up the stairs because he's never gotten like this, ever. I mean, he's pushed me a few times, and I don't know if I should tell you everything.
Well, the more you tell me, it helps me understand what happened.
God, please help. I just need to know how he is.
We'll find that out in a minute. So what happened when you went upstairs?
That was as close as they got to finding it out. A couple of things. Ms. Bagwell said the medical examiner is going to testify and say this is a homicide, but that doesn't mean anything to do with what your job is here today. Homicide just means death at the hands of another. It doesn't mean murder. Self-defense cases are called homicides by medical examiners, okay? Even reckless conduct cases where somebody did something recklessly, not trying to kill somebody, but maybe recklessly, they still call that homicide. It's not going to get you where you need to go and what your job is here today. We agree. This case isn't about what. It's about why. It's about why. she was justified in using that force. We think you're going to agree with us. She was. Wish you'd get a chance to meet her, but she won't.
State, call your first witness.
State calls Deputy Zach Martin.
Wait a minute. Back the milk truck up. Back the milk truck up. He says, I wish you could get to meet her. Okay. Is he trying to say like that person that he showed the picture of no longer exists after all the things that have happened after her being with this guy? Is that what he's trying to say? Because it was a little ambiguous for me, and I don't, if it's ambiguous for me, then it's likely it's ambiguous for a jury. So who knows? Let's see what the state has to present. Oh, they're rearranging furniture.
Come on up, if you would raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you so much. Please have a seat, adjust the microphone, use the microphone. Thank you.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please, and tell them where you work?
I'm Deputy Zachary H. Martin, currently employed with the Hall County Sheriff's Office. I've been employed with Hall County since June 19th of 2023.
And prior to June 19th of 2023, do you have any law enforcement experience?
Before being employed with Hall County, I worked for the Habersham County Sheriff's Office. I started with them in June of 2015.
And prior to your law enforcement experience, do you have any military experience?
I joined the Army National Guard in 2012, did a combat deployment in 2014, 2015.
So I want to go ahead and direct your attention to March 8th of 2025. Did you receive a call to go to 4238 Bay Ridge Drive in Hall County on that day?
I did.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out as a problem unknown.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, I would like to tender and play the 911 call as State's Exhibit 1. We had previously submitted a business record certification and notification to the defense of the 911 call.
No objection to States 1.
States 1 is admitted without objection.
We could have just one moment, Judge.
Hall County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Oh my God, I need help.
What's going on?
I need help.
What is going on?
Please help me. Please help
Where are
me.
you at?
I'm at.
Where are you?
I'm at 4238 Mavis Drive.
Okay. What's your name?
All
right, tell me exactly what happened.
What?
Tell me exactly what's happened. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? What's going on? Hello?
County 911, what's the address of emergency?
I have an emergency. He's dead.
What's going on?
I need help.
What is happening?
Oh my God. Oh, baby. Hello.
Can you tell me what's going on?
What?
Can you tell me what happened?
I can't hear you. What?
Can you tell me what happened?
No, I need some help.
Okay, what's wrong?
He's dead. No. Oh my God. There's blood.
Okay, and who is it?
He needs help. I can't feel a pulse. Please get the ambulance. Oh my God.
Can you tell me the address?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, we need a moment. I need a moment. I'm just going to say it, you guys, because I know that that's what you come here for. You want me to say the things. This sounds so freaking fake to me. I'm having a very difficult time wrapping my head around a person in the medical community behaving like this in an emergency. I know that it is somebody that she is close to, cares for, loves, and all that, but yet still, there is it doesn't see Tess, it doesn't sound real to me, especially the and then she's able to talk just like this, and then that's the part that I can't. It's the ability to catch her breath to speak, but not speak as if she's out of breath. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too judgy.
4238. Okay, I need to know what happened, okay?
Please, an ambulance.
You need it, okay. Can you tell me what happened?
Please, an ambulance. Hurry.
We've already got one on the way, okay? I need to know what.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Baby, he's not alive.
He's still alive?
Oh my God.
Hey, I need some officers outside.
Oh my God.
Okay, right now, please, let's do a poll. Just an impromptu. I'm not going to waste any. Am I going to spend time typing it up? Because this is going to be really quick. All right. Put a 1 in the chat if you are wearing headphones. Put a 2 in the chat if you are not. Because I can tell you, I thought I was being an a-hole. Okay. So I listened. I took my headphones off and listened. But if you listen with your headphones on, it is a different experience. And I will leave it there. That's what I would suggest. It is a different experience with your headphones on. For me, anyway. Right.
Oh my! Oh my God!
Earbuds, headphones, AirPods, whatever. But just listening through the speaker of your TV or your phone or your iPad or even your laptop is not going to do this call justice. You have got to have something where all you can hear is the phone call. If you can hear other things outside of the phone call, it doesn't sound the same, but trust and believe. All right, here we go.
Okay, are you able to go to your front door?
She doesn't sound like she's hyperventilating. You know what she sounds like? She sounds like she's panting. That's what it sounds like. And it's real obvious when you wear the headphones or earbuds or AirPods or whatever, something other than just regular listening to your speaker, through your speaker.
Can you hear me? No.
Also, just to remind everybody, just for a real quick recap, they were just moving into this house. So not everything, I don't think, was moved in. It sounds real echoey too. Like the acoustics in that house are fantastic. And so now with the echo, it sounds like I don't know another way to say this. It sounds like she's barking. It sounds like a little dog barking.
Hall County Dispatch, how may I?
Have you had the opportunity to review the incident detail report or CAD report from EMS on this case?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what time the first call was placed?
The initial call came in at 1:11 a.m.
Okay. And what time did the caller hang up on the first call?
The initial call ended at 1:13 a.m.
Okay. And then what time was the second call placed?
The second call came in at 1:13 and it disconnected at 1:13. The span between the first call, the second call, and the second call ending was roughly 30 seconds.
Okay. And then what about the last call?
The third call came in at 1:19 a.m.
Okay. And so what time did you arrive there at 4238 Bay Bridge Drive?
It was between 1:19 a.m. and 1:22 a.m. I don't remember exactly what time I arrived there.
Okay. And was anyone waiting at the door or outside on the steps for you?
No.
What did you see when you first arrived there?
So arriving on scene at the house, we could clearly see that there was a hole going through one of the windows upstairs. We could see that something had busted through one of the panels of one of the windows. All the lights inside the residence were on.
And so what did you do?
So as Deputy Thomas approached the front door of the house to go attempt to make contact with our caller, until we identify him, we refer to him as caller, I went to the side of the house to see. I heard something rustling. I didn't know if it was a person or what, so I went to the side of the house to go look and see if it was somebody. Turns out it was just an animal running through the woods. After that, I walked back up to the top of the hill, so I had a better overall view of everything that's going on. So I'm not right there at the window. So if you're right at the window, your field of vision is not as great as it would be from a vantage point further back. So I was standing at the road. It's when I started calling out over the radio that I have a hole inside of one of the windows upstairs. Deputy Thomas is still down knocking and announcing sheriff's office. I kind of make my way towards the driveway and start walking down so I can kind of get a little bit better of a view of inside the residence. When we're approaching houses, we try to use different angles of approach so we can have more of a view of everything that's going on. So if you think about it like walking through a doorway, if you just walk straight through that doorway, you have just that straight view, and it kind of cans out just a little bit. Whereas if you angle yourself at the door, you'll have a little bit further view going down from whichever angle you're approaching. So as I'm approaching the house on the right-hand side where the driveway's at, I see Miss Suzanne walking across, for lack of better terms, a catwalk across the stairs with something white inside of her hands. I approach up to the window. I start shining my flashlight, yelling sheriff's office, announcing sheriff's office, shining my light through the windows. See Suzanne go crouch down, drop the towel down, kind of does back and forth motion like scrubbing on the floor. See her get up, walk partially down the first set of stairs, turn around, walk right back up, and then go back to the same position, crouched over on the ground, and start scrubbing the floor again. That's when I loudly announced sheriff's office. It was actually loud enough to the point where one of the neighbors came outside. We ignored him for a little while, but it took about 30 seconds after that where she actually stops, comes down the stairs. At one point, she actually turns and looks at me and then continues to act like doing this motion right here like she's scrubbing the floor.
Okay. And so how did she finally come to the door?
I don't know if it's just a combination of me loudly announcing the sheriff's office and the flashlight, or turning and looking and finally just deciding she's going to come down the stairs. In the process of it, my supervisor had arrived on scene, so need be, we would have reached the door, but thankfully she came down the stairs. We didn't have to go that route.
Okay. And how bright is I think you testified that you shine your flashlight?
Yes. So
where did you shine your flashlight?
through the glass, the front door, to begin with, through when you saw the picture of the house, the very top window there, and then as I approached the house, the bottom window shining upwards.
Okay. How bright is your flashlight?
It's a very bright flashlight. This is the flashlight that I used that night, even with the lights on. This is the brightest setting that it has. So, and if the body cam, I don't know if we played the full amount, you can actually see this portion right here that indicates me using the flashlight when it's being used and stuff. So even with this being the lights on in here and using it, me doing this right here, it's still clearly visible. Okay. If anyone in here has seizures, please let me know and I won't do that again.
And so were you wearing a body cam that night?
I was. It's not this body cam. We have upgraded our body cam since the initial incident, but my body cam was on and it was still in this position. If I completely disconnect it, you can see the outline of where my body cam is set the entire time.
Have you had the opportunity to review your body cam prior to coming to court today?
I have.
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you saw that evening?
Yes.
Judge, the state tenders the Deputy Martin's body cam as State's Exhibit 2.
What's the file name, Jennifer? Ms. Bagwell, sorry. Was it Bainbridge 2-2 or is it Brenton? Brenton 2? Okay. States 2? No objection to?
States 2 is admitted without objection.
Okay.
The female's no longer responding.
See if we can get contact with the door. No, see if you can get contact at the door. Just remember, it's a lot of glass.
All County Sheriff's Office, if you're inside, go to the door.
4131 radio.
4131.
I do have a glass window that has a giant hole through it.
1033 Bears, right? They out here screaming and stuff. Nobody can respond.
Where are you hearing screaming from?
It's over to the right. Nobody can come from upstairs.
Come to the door now! I have movement.
Okay, movement.
There's a female up here in the stairwell.
No, stairwell.
Here she comes. Sheriff's Office, come to your door! She's coming down. Cell phone. She's covered in blood. I don't have eyes on. There she is. She's coming to the door now.
Hey man, step out here. What's going on? Step out here. 27 radio, copy 22728.
Get her over there.
Come over here.
Go over there.
Over here. Over here. Tag 0, you can get Delta 3410, ID 3410. Second one is Georgia Tag 0, Hotel Charlie 4742.
Is there anyone else in the house?
4742.
Yes, I think he's dead.
Who's dead? What happened?
Oh, she just came to the door. Stay with her.
Hey, stay with her. We're gonna go inside, all right?
He needs an ambulance.
Okay, we're about to figure that out. Let's move directly to the gun shop.
She came from upstairs in this room up on top of the stairs.
We're gonna briefly check this.
I had a basement and a garage up here. Do it.
Let's go upstairs.
She came from in here. He's on face down.
2024 Telluride,
Gun.
James Fair, that address.
There's a hallway with a normal like that.
Second. Check on him. Porsche, vacant, black and color.
Yep.
Department Sam Henry Charlie, 4742. There, I'll take this room.
There's a closet over here.
Okay.
It's clear. All right. I don't have a pulse on him.
House is clear. All right, so what we got two guns. What are we looking at here?
The hammer gun there.
Let me step in. Take a look. God, that's slippery. All right. Multiple gunshots, dude. Who did this? So you've already cleared that?
Yes, sir.
I got you. Well, oh, there we go. So, two guns, hammer. I'll just leave him where he is right now.
You got run through here, run through here.
You can clear the channel. Okay. I wonder if those are her footprints. She barefoot?
Who was? Where are you on sheriff's office? Where?
They are clear to enter. Just have them meet with 4130 out front.
You know, sheriff's office. She was running back in here.
Okay. So I wonder if she was trying to clean that up or if somebody else put that there. Don't touch
She
anything.
definitely put that there. I saw her put that there.
Okay. Don't touch anything. Man, I'm very confused. Did you do that? 1, 2, 3, 4. actually, no, it looks like 3.
Are you 4120? Yes, tomorrow.
It's 2. Alright. This is her boyfriend, is what she said?
I haven't heard her say anything other than he needs an ambulance.
Okay. You
Would this
stay here.
We'll step out that way. Balcony.
Gently. There we go. 2 guns.
Looks like it's a
2 guns.
possible bit of a shooting.
Here's what we're looking at, right? We got, well, that one I think clipped the door, and I think that's that one right there. You see that? In
The wall one?
No, the one in the wall right there.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Okay, well, it's a confusing scene, but we'll figure it out. All right, I'm gonna go downstairs. All right, there's also one here.
16, 4110. You still need additional guys at 39.
We don't need any additional units. 4110 radio, have on call person's place me at 21.
There's also a base here.
See it right there?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
That looks like it came from that
Oh,
possible.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know, man. It's a lot. Just don't touch anything.
Oh, nope.
You guys out there?
Yep. Hey,
Get a crime scene officer and all around the property.
the basement.
He is
He's-
unconscious, not breathing, no pulse.
There's one gun here, one gun on the
Careful where
floor.
you step, please.
It is very slick.
You do that, I'm gonna take a look. You don't have gloves, Steve.
Not on me.
Hey, just oh no, they rolled him over onto his back.
Oh, well.
I'm gonna start CPR until we get the pads on at least. Let's just take and see.
I checked neck and foot and didn't feel anything. Y'all got one great.
Where's the? Did you see the exit one?
I haven't touched them.
This one we got. We're gonna until we
4131 already.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna start CPR now.
If you would put note in the log that fire EMS has started CPR and they also record this individual over. Please watch real step. Yeah, I noticed.
I'll just at least start CPR until we get him on the pads. And
I can hold it. Is this one y'all's phones? Nope, it's not. Okay.
Okay. And
For the record, we announced the time.
8:47, Judge.
Thank you.
So I'd like to go back to the beginning. And I think you had testified earlier that it took a little bit of effort to get the caller to come to the door.
Yes.
Can you step down and, Judge, what I'd like him to do is step down and pause
That's fine.
and go through the body cam because he knows exactly what to point out to the jury. So I'd like him to do that.
Okay. This is going to be problematic for her. I'm already, okay? I don't know anything about this case really, other than that it's in Georgia and what she's charged with, okay? But the purpose and intent of calling 911 is to get help, right? Help arrives and you don't answer the door. Like it took them a while to get her to answer the door. And when they look in there, she's cleaning. I'm not sure I could. This is going to be difficult for the jury to get around because it's difficult for me to get around. But she has a presumption of innocence at this time.
Sure. Try to do it like on a piece of paper to make it.
Bear with me while I figure this out. All right. So we're approaching the house. It's the window I was telling you about. Here.
The female's no longer responding. See if we can get contact with the door.
So Kentucky Lee, good to see you, by the way, babe, says, well, hell, I have a whole lot of thoughts, but one that keeps returning is, I hope I'm never shot and these cops show up first. They didn't immediately start CPR. What am I missing? I'm not sure what you're missing. I mean, I don't know what the protocol is in this type of situation. Maybe he'll explain.
No, see if you can get contact at the door. Just remember, it's a lot of glass. on 31 radio.
What is 31?
I do have a glass window that has a giant hole through it.
1033 Paris, sure.
Justin, we're gonna have to look that up.
Where are you hearing screaming from?
Remember that case. Not screaming that.
So, right here,
Okay,
you can,
tell us what you're seeing right there.
you can clearly see a set of legs right here. That's the collar. You can see she's coming down the stairs. And just keep an eye on the spot. It's a little hard with body cam being on my chest, so every time any breathing or anything like that, it's a small camera, so it fluctuates a lot. But so this is at 1:33 in the video. Now she's going back upstairs. So she had started coming down the stairs and then gone back up the stairs. Prior to that, I saw her walk across, like I said, the catwalk that's up there. You can't see it, unfortunately, in my body camera with the glare from my flashlight and the windows on the inside.
Come to the door now! Movement.
So right here, and if you, I don't know if this zooms in or not, but you can look and you can actually see her right here. So y'all are me. This right here. Where's my mouse?
Female up here.
So at one point in time during this process, she actually turns over her shoulder and looks at me. Alright. So right here is where she's starting to stand up, and rewind it just a little bit if you keep an eye on that spot. So right here.
There's a female up here in the stairwell.
And right there, she starts standing up.
Here she comes. Sheriff's office, come to your door! She's coming down.
So the first time I announced sheriff's office is when the neighbor comes out. When I was walking, you could see the house. When I turned around, it was the house directly to the right of their residence. So if you're standing on their front porch, looking to the right, he's the neighbor that came out.
Cell phone. She's covered in blood. I don't have eyes on. There she is. She's coming to the door.
That's good. All right, thank you.
Hey, Music City Mom, welcome in, welcome in. My numbers are doing really, hold on a minute, let me push pause. I don't want to be yelling over the evidence. My numbers are doing really weird things. So like they're not being crazy, like going from 50 to 11 billion or anything like that, but they keep like jumping. I think YouTube is glitchy. Let's keep going. But good to see everybody. I'm so glad you're here. If you could take a moment and give your girl a thumbs up or thumbs down, whichever you feel like I deserve, I'd appreciate it. Here we go. And yes, hold on. I forgot this part too. Why they didn't immediately give CPR is because there were weapons involved. Crafting and True Crime Jacqueline pointed that out, and they do definitely have to clear the scene first. They have to make sure that they and the other officers are safe. Themselves and all the other officers are safe first. So they got to clear the scene.
I had the opportunity to review some still shots that came from your body cam.
I did.
Judge, I'd like to go first. Take a look at these and see if you recognize them.
I do.
Okay, and what are they?
The first one is me checking the pulse on our victim's leg. It looks like it appears to be the right leg with my left hand.
Hold on a second. Is there going to be a potential objection on this?
3, 4, 5, no objection.
3, 4, 5 are admitted without objection.
For right now, just tell us if you recognize the pictures, and then we'll go through them one by one
Okay.
on the screen.
I recognize all of them.
Okay. And are they still shots from your body cam?
They are.
Judge, the state tenders 3, 4, and 5. If you haven't already.
They're admitted.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. All right, so looking at State's Exhibit 3, tell us what's going on in this picture and what all you observed.
So you can see up on the left leg up there. Can I stand up?
Sure,
Yes.
please.
Up here. You can clearly see where the handgun is at right here. You can vaguely make out the hammerhead here and the handle grip right here for the hammer, and then the towel that was being used to wipe up blood.
Okay.
I I think it's a little bigger than a townhouse. It looked big from the outside.
And so then what is that in the left corner of
It's a lake house.
the picture that we're seeing? Is that your hand?
Yes. So this is my hand, which is very easily identifiable by the bracelet that I wear.
And what is that
Thanks for
item
coming
that's
in, babe.
near your hand on the victim's leg?
The blood, the shadow from me, the blood right here, and then you've got his pant leg and his sock. And I'm attempting to check pulse on the bottom of the blood.
Okay,
Activity
and
area.
what is that item that's kind of on his pants?
The blood.
This right here.
Can't tell if that's a towel. That looks like a towel.
Okay. Did you, or was it that way when you walked in the room?
Sorry, bear with me. That was the sport pocket right there. You got a towel here with the tag that's sticking on the towel going down across it.
All right. And then now moving to State's Exhibit 4. Is that it? Is that it? Oh, all right. And a similar picture, and are you able to see the gun a little bit better in that picture?
Yeah. So here you can actually clearly make out the handgun. You can see the pistol here for the handgun here and the barrel facing up towards our victim's body.
Okay.
You can also make out a little bit better here the handle grip for the hammer and the hammerhead here, as well as the white towel.
And then State's Exhibit 5.
So clear view of the pistol in question, as well as the hammer that is partially covered up by a towel. You can see a little bit clearer now. You got that hammer handle starts here, the head of the hammer here is partially covered up by a towel. You can also notice in the picture, blood has kind of been pushed towards the victim's body.
Okay. And did anyone touch or move that gun while you were there?
No.
And did you see the crime scene investigator actually remove the gun from the scene?
Yes, before I left the scene, the handgun was removed by crime scene.
And what was underneath the
There
gun?
was blood underneath the gun.
Okay. And what was your role at this crime scene?
What was Michael?
Your role?
So my role initially after the initial contact of being on scene, what you see my sergeant and I do is we go through what's called a protective sweep. That's to verify that there's nobody else inside of the residence. After that is to make sure that none of the evidence inside of the residence is removed until crime scene arrives on scene and they come through and they take the pictures and they gather all the evidence.
Okay. And is this residence here in Hull County?
It is.
And were there other houses in the cul-de-sac?
Yes, there's 2 or 3 other residences inside that cul-de-sac.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Defense, are you going to need the AV?
Not at this moment, Judge. We may do that elsewhere.
Let me know. Thank you.
Judge, the defense is tendering Defendant's Exhibit 1, limited warranty deed for the residence. This is self-authenticating. It is sealed. We're tendering Defendant's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
Defendant 1 is admitted without objection.
Deputy Martin, am I correct if I say that you, at the time you show up, have no clue who owns this residence, who doesn't own this residence?
Correct. When we get calls sent to us, we're given what dispatch is given. So if they have more information, such as name, date of birth, or location, that's inside of our call notes. But even then, we're not given the information of who owns the residence. It's just who calls in.
When calls come out to 911, they can come out in a variety of ways based upon the information that's given to the dispatcher. True?
Yes.
And you were asked about what kind of call this was, and I think you called it problem unknown.
Yes.
Yeah. Problem unknown means dispatch didn't get enough information to be able to tell what this is.
Correct.
In other words, nobody was able to articulate to them, this is a shooting, this is a family violence situation, we've got a runaway, there's some problem with a neighbor. None of that stuff was given to 911, so they go problem unknown. True?
Yes.
Wow, thanks for the most unnecessary breakdown of the word unknown ever.
I want to talk to you about timeline stuff.
Okay.
I think you said 1:22 a.m. is when you pulled up.
I said between 1:19 and 1:22. She was still on the phone with dispatch. As I approached the side of the house, you can hear dispatch say she's no longer responding to us. We're already on scene at that point in time.
1:19, they're talking to you, they being dispatch.
Yes.
And they must be fielding a call from her, is what we presume.
Yes.
You don't have access to that call.
Unless I was to go request it from dispatch, I would not have access to it.
At that time, I mean, you don't have access.
No, I don't. So the audio and stuff like that, we don't have access to that as we're going to a call.
And all we know is 1:19, she's on the phone to 911 again, and you're arriving on scene somewhere between 1:19 and 1:22.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happens between 1:19 and 1:22 if you arrive at 1:22?
What's being put into the call notes?
What's happening at the residence before you get there?
So from the time of the initial call, our calls are constantly being updated. So we listened to the audios from the calls a little while ago. As I'm driving down the road, if I may move the computer. So as we're driving down the road, the microphone is going to be my steering wheel. This computer is going to be the computer inside my car. So I'm focusing on the road. As if I'm getting closer to the scene, my computer's constantly updating. If my body cam was rolling inside the vehicle, you would constantly hear my computer saying incident updated, incident updated, incident updated. Every time that happens, it's either unit being assigned to it or dispatch putting in something new into the call notes. The road leading into this residence is a windy road, so I'm not taking my eyes off of off of what I'm doing to look at the computer, see what's going on. So as I arrived on scene, I had not gotten any of the new updates that had been put into the incident.
You remember what my question was?
Whether or not I saw what was going on between 1:19 and 1:22.
Whether you knew what was happening at the residence after 1:19 and the time you pulled up.
I do not. I just know what was going on when I arrived on scene.
And what you've testified about is making very loud noises to say, police are here, right? Come outside, correct?
Correct.
And you're yelling this stuff into the residence because you know there's at least some problem there.
Yes.
You don't know what the problem is.
No.
You've got some, what looks like bullet holes in those windows.
Correct.
Right? Could be anything. Please come out. True?
Yes.
And you're not getting a reply, and a neighbor actually hears it because it's so loud.
Correct.
Exactly. And the only time you get a response is when you shine that crazy bright flashlight that you've got into the window and it hits Miss Mericle, the light.
Right.
Right? In other words, she responds to the light, but not the sound.
At one point when I'm announcing sheriff's office, she does turn and look towards us.
Okay, before the light?
There's several times where I shine the light inside the residence. There's also several times the sheriff's office is announced.
Let's take a look. Looks like 1:21 on this.
So the timestamps are not accurate with what's going on there. I believe we had an issue with them, and they resolved the issue.
Okay.
The female's no longer responding. See if we can get contact with the door. No, see if you can get contact at the door. Just remember, it's a lot of glass. I do have a glass window that has a giant hole through it.
Yep. 1033 Paris, sure.
Hey, I hear screaming and stuff. I'm making this fun. Where are you hearing screaming from? It's over the right. Sounds like it's coming from upstairs. Come to the door now! I have movement.
Good movement.
There's a female up here in the stairwell.
No, stairwell.
Here she comes. Sheriff's office, come to your door! She's coming down. Cell phone. She's covered in blood.
You say at one point cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
That's in response to another officer saying, does she have anything in her hands? Is she armed, basically?
Yes.
And your announcement is cell phone.
Correct.
And when you come on in, actually, when you enter the residence and come up to the top of the stairs, what you find is her cell phone is right up there on the top platform. Right?
There's a cell phone there, and there's a cell phone in her hand. I don't know whose cell phone she has in her hand or whose is at the top of the stairs.
Okay, let's be super clear about this, okay? The cell phone, the only cell phone that she ever held in her hand is at the top of those stairs. True or false, as far as you know?
When she was coming down those stairs, there's a phone in her hands. Whose phone it is, I don't know.
Okay, but by the time she gets down to you guys, she doesn't have her cell phone anymore.
I don't know what happened to it. I know that there's a kitchen right there with a countertop there and a table there.
Okay, well, I want to be super clear about this. We're going to have to fix this if this is what you're saying. At the time she comes out of the house and is dealing with the police out there in the front, you're saying she still has her cell phone?
I don't know. I didn't interact with her. As you see in the video, she comes out and I push her to Deputy Thompson. I tell her to go over this way.
Totally fine. If you don't know, you don't know. I'm just wanting to find out if you do know, if she took her cell phone down those stairs or not.
When she's coming down the stairs, she has a cell phone in her hands.
Yes, but then she puts it down at the top of the platform. True or false?
No.
Not true. Okay.
There, the key. You see?
We're just going to give this a roll one more time.
Come to the door now! I have movement. There's a female up here in the stairwell.
Watch her come about 3 steps down, then turn something down, okay?
She's already at the top of the stairs at this point.
Sheriff's office, come to your door! She's coming down. Cell phone. She's covered in blood. I don't have eyes on. There she is. She's coming to the door now.
Hey man, step out here. What's going on? Step out here.
Does she still have the cell phone in her hand right now?
Get her over there.
Not right there. No.
Go over there.
Over here. Go over here.
Come over here with me.
Did you find a cell phone on her later?
I didn't search her.
Okay. But for sure, there's a cell phone at the top of the flight of stairs.
Yes.
Okay. You're making the announcements, come to the door, and then you shine the light through that front area that we've seen right here in the front of the house.
Correct.
Okay. In response to the light, that's when she appears and eventually comes down the stairs.
No.
No. Tell me about that.
At 1:32 on the video, you see her about 3 or 4 steps down the steps already. You hear me say, Sheriff's office, come to the door, and she's walking back up the stairs.
At one,
So she already saw us at 1:32 in the video. So she already sees us. She already knows we're there. She has already seen the flashlights. She's already heard us announce the sheriff's office, and then goes back up the stairs.
why do you think she's heard you?
Objection calls for speculation.
I
You
mean,
just said she's heard him.
Sorry.
if the court would allow it, I could announce sheriff's office like I did.
No, everybody stop.
You don't-
Sorry. Everybody stop. What's your objection?
Withdrawn.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Do you know anything about Miss Mericle's hearing?
I do not.
Do you have any awareness of her having hearing aids in both of her ears?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Mericle's the one who called 911?
I knew a female had called 911, yes, but I did not know at this point in time who called.
Fair enough. Let's take a look at, I want to ask you some questions about these callers, okay?
All right.
Before he asks these questions,
Susan,
I would like to highlight Lil Red's comment, who says, I could not find my female Frenchie. She was in the living room staring at the TV, listens to Jen Lou's voice, too funny. And then Jonah's mom says, Lil Red, Jonah loves Bendy's voice. Listen, I have been known to be a dog whisperer. I don't know why they like me. Perhaps they can tell that I'm good people. I am good people and I love dogs. So maybe that's why, but I get along better with animals than I do with humans. So there is that. But usually I have to be in person. So for them to even be able to just listen to my voice, loves it. All right, here we go.
Still seen, but we'll do the best we can, okay?
Okay.
Am I correct? These two vehicles that are parked over here in front of the driveway are the two vehicles that were at the residence?
Yes.
At this point, you don't know who owns which vehicle, or even if anybody owns those vehicles that are parked there.
I know they're parked there. I don't know who's the owner of which vehicle.
Am I correct if I were to state that you did not undertake any investigation to see whether both of these vehicles were operable?
I didn't check to see if they were able to drive or not.
Wait a minute. Now, Mr. Defense Attorney, man, why would he try that right then? He's not a detective. He's a patrol officer who was responding to either, I mean, obviously a human being called 911, but you can't tell what's even going on. It could be a dog barking, there's panting, maybe a little opera, who knows? And then now there's weapons. And he sees the female in the side. He's hollering like a crazy person. I'm sorry, hollering like the popo. Okay. Now, and she doesn't even turn, she turns around and goes the opposite way of help. Does that make good sense to you? Why would he be investigating? Why would the patrol, better yet, why would a patrol officer be investigating whose vehicles were operable or inoperable at that residence at that time? Bruh. That's the wrong question for this officer, sir. What a waste.
Did you, I think you said you maybe already answered this. You didn't do any searches of Miss Mericle?
No.
Thank you.
Just one more question, Judge. Just to clarify, at the point where you said she comes 3 or 4 steps down the stairs and then turns around to go back up,
Yes.
are you shining your flashlight in the window at that time?
It is being shined through the bottom section of the window. So in the video, you can actually see the little landing that's right there as you come downstairs and then turn left, come back down. It's shining on the little landing down there.
Thank you.
I mean, and also.
Any objection to the witness being excused?
No, Judge.
Witness is excused. Thank you.
And also, let's not forget, she called 911 for help. Wouldn't you be waiting for 911 to get there, for help to arrive? Wouldn't you be on the lookout? It sounded like she was upstairs performing CPR or any life-saving measures. Apparently, she turned into Mrs. Clean.
For your testimony. It is now approximately 15 towards 12. We will resume court at 1 o'clock. Members of the jury, as I've said and will say multiple times, please do not discuss the case with anyone. If you want to hang out with other jurors and talk about Braves baseball, that's perfectly fine. If you don't want to hang out with anyone and be by yourself, that's perfectly fine too. You are not to discuss the case, even with your fellow jurors, until deliberations. No side conversations whatsoever. Do not perform any research, paper, online, or otherwise with
We were doing 2 separate things. He was
On March 8th of
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Thank you. State, call your next witness.
State calls Deputy Richard Thomas.
And I have no problem with using the smaller thank you.
You can raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you'll give the court the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. You can take a seat. Would you go ahead and state your name?
My name is Richard Thomas.
And what agent, or how are you employed?
I work for the Hall County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with Hall County for?
3.5 years.
And what's your role with Hall County Sheriff's Office?
I work patrol.
Have you been on patrol for the entire time you've been at Hall County?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you post certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get called out to 4238 Bay Ridge Drive on March 8th of 2025?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And approximately what time did you get called out?
It was around 1:11.
And were you alone or did you have other deputies with you?
I did have other deputies with me.
Who was the other deputy that was with you?
The other deputy was Deputy Martin.
And what was your understanding of what you were responding to? Like what type of call were you responding to?
We didn't have much information at the time. The way that it came out was, for us, a problem unknown. That was the only information we had. Someone called, said they needed the police. As we were pulling up to the scene, just before, whenever we turned on to Bay Ridge, we got another call that said, he's dead, there's blood everywhere. That was all that we knew whenever we came on scene.
So what did you do when you got on scene?
Whenever we got on scene, we attempted to make contact with whoever was in the residence. We noticed 2 bullet holes in the upper window of the house. We kept knocking and announcing. No one was coming to the door for quite a while. Once they did, we tried to talk to the woman, Miss Mericle, who came to the door. She was hysteric and she wouldn't answer any questions, not even her name at first. We didn't know anything that was going on at the time.
And the woman that you ended up interacting with on scene that day, do you see her in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you maybe just describe something she's wearing, where she's sitting?
She's sitting at the defense table right there, wearing the white jacket with the gray stripes.
And Judge, I'd like the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. So, what were you, like, were you and Deputy Martin together while you were on scene, or were y'all kind of doing two separate things?
We were doing two separate things. He was clearing the house and watching over the scene and the evidence, and I was with Miss Mericle.
Were you with her for the entirety of the time that you were on scene that morning?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
About how long would you say that you were on scene for?
I was on scene for about 3 hours in total.
Were you wearing body camera for that entire 3 hours that you were on scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And was it video and audio recording?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And have you had a chance to watch that body cam prior to today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Judge, at this time I move to admit State's 6, Deputy Thomas's body cam into evidence and publish to the jury.
No further objection to 6.
6 is admitted with no further objection at this point. Thank you.
Does it take a minute, Deputy Thomas, for the sound to kick on in your body cam?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Why is that?
At the time, it's not always actively recording, but it's got about a 30-second to a minute playback where it's recording the video, but not the audio until it's activated.
So will we hear sound kick on your body cam in just a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. Sheriff's office, come to the door! Hey, I hear screaming inside, but I'm not getting a response.
Where are you hearing screaming from?
It's over to the right, sounds like it's coming from upstairs. Come to the door, now!
I have movement.
Yeah, movement. Where do you see
Came
it?
a little up here in the stairwell.
In the stairwell?
Here's coming. Sheriff's office, come to your door! She's coming down.
Do you got anything?
Cell phone. She's covered in blood. Eyes on. There she is. She's coming to the door.
Okay. Hey, ma'am, step out here. What's going on? Step out here.
Send radio, copy 227, 28. Yeah, right there.
Come over here.
Over there.
Over here. Come over here.
Tag 0, Delta 34.
Come over here with me.
3410. Second one, source tag 0, Delta Charlie 4742.
Hey, ma'am, tell me what's going on. Is anyone else in the house?
Yes, I think he's dead.
Who's dead? What happened?
She just came to the door. All right.
My boyfriend.
Stay, ma'am. Hey, stay with her. We're gonna go inside, all right?
He needs an ambulance.
Okay, we're about
Oh my God.
Hey, ma'am, can you tell me what happened? Do you know if there's anybody else in the house? Anything that we should know about? Just stay here with me for right now, okay? We're trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh God, help me. I think he's dead. Oh my God.
What's that? First tags, 2024 Kia Telluride, James Barron, that address.
Can you tell me anything about what's happened tonight?
Second,
Who's dead? What happened?
Porsche, bacon, black in color. Carmen Sam Henry Charlie, 4742.
I think he's dead. Oh my God. God help me. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's dead. I don't think I feel a pulse. We got him huge. Fine. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think he's dead. I think he died. Oh my God.
Can you tell me anything about what happened? Do you know what happened? Do you know if anyone else is in the house?
No, can I get some water?
Just stay here with me for right now, okay? They're clearing the house.
Talk. He's dead. He's dead. There's blood everywhere. He had a gun. He told
4110 radio, red channel.
took it out and told me.
Valiant Source Patrol is back in Source Patrol stairs. Red channel says fire side clear to enter.
He was gonna shoot me.
They are clear to enter.
Someone said they're going to shoot you?
4130 up front.
Okay.
I can't talk.
Okay, we have paramedics coming. They're going to be able to help you out a little bit, okay?
I'm gonna get the walk.
Are you hurt at all?
I didn't get hit. It went past me.
Area 4120.
Oh my God! Look, he's dead. There's blood everywhere. Oh my God, he's dead. I know he is.
Hey, you can't go back inside right now, okay?
Oh
You
my
have to stay
God,
here
he's
with me.
dead. Oh my God. Oh my God.
4140 radio, you show me tonight.
Oh, wait. No.
So she's really manic. She's not able to answer my questions. She's kind of freaking out a little bit. I guess
4216, 4110. Do you still need additional overnight 1039?
I guess there's someone in the house I can
Don't need any additional units. 4110 radio, have on call for place me at 21.
Yeah, if you could, like, the inside is clear to enter. They're inside.
Is he still alive?
Is he upstairs?
Yes, I don't think he.
And as far as she, I don't know if you guys can do anything for her. Now. She's,
And the monitor.
hey, are you injured at all, ma'am? Did you get hurt? Did you get shot? Did you get?
I got blood on me, but I think.
Start another menu.
Thank you.
I gotta have some water.
Hey, do you guys have any water?
I have some in my refrigerator.
I understand, but I can't let you go inside right now,
help me.
okay?
Oh my God. I'm in shock. Can I call somebody?
You just need to sit here with
Can you
your.
give me water?
I gotta stay here with you, okay?
I don't think it. Oh my God. I don't think it. Oh my God. Ah! Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. I wish. No, I won't. What just happened?
Fire EMS is starting CPR now.
We got this.
Control over.
He's fine. Oh my, I'm in shock. Oh my God.
Cornelia Highway, Little Road, Georgia 40 Control.
Hey, ma'am, I need you to stay over here, okay? Ma'am, I need you to stay over here, okay? I can't let you go back inside the house.
He's alive.
They're working on him right now. But I can't let you go back inside.
4117. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sarge. Go ahead, thank you. Goodbye, 622 to west. Yeah, 22 on track.
Oh my God. I think he's dead.
Hey, ma'am, can you step back over here with me?
I
need you to-
help him.
I need you to step back over.
Oh my God.
Can you tell me anything that happened?
Oh my God. I want him alive. Tell me if he is. Oh my God. He got a gun.
He had a gun. Did he What did he do with it? Did he shoot himself?
No, I just.
Hey, ma'am. Ma'am. Hey. 4130. Can you send the EMS down here for me? I think she's having some kind of panic attack. She's laying on the floor.
4131, you clear on that traffic?
Hey, ma'am. Ma'am.
4131, ready to flash traffic. Female's on the ground having possible panic attack. Request the fire side to check her out.
Oh my God!
5323, I'll do more.
Tell me he was gonna shoot. I can't talk.
Okay, we have that are going to come and check you out. Okay. Did he say he was going to hurt? Did he say he was going to shoot you? Is that what happened with the gun? Did he point it at you?
Yes.
So he said he was going to shoot you with a gun. So you. Well,
Oh my God!
just take.
We can't go in there right now.
You can go back inside.
Have a seat. They're gonna come check you, okay? We can't allow anyone inside right now, right?
I can't even talk. Oh my God!
So, Love Louis said, so this bothers me about cops in this situation. They want the person involved to be as calm as they are. I don't disagree completely, but I don't also agree completely. The cops are calm because when somebody is out of control like that, and make no mistake, and I'm not saying she's not justified, but she's out of control. I mean, she's thrown herself against the house. She done thrown herself on the floor, the ground. She wilded, y'all. I don't know what other way to put it, but she wilded all the way out. And if they get excitable, they only add to the chaos of the situation. They're just trying to get her calm. And to me, I try very hard not to be judgmental when it comes to emotional situations, just because I'm a person who can always keep my emotions in check. And I know that comes across to people as cold, but it's how I cope. I have emotions, but I'm private about them. I don't know how I would react in a situation like this. Okay. So I've never had to experience that. Just the circumstances I've ever been in where I was really scared or really upset, I had to be real. I just make myself be calm. I don't know. But this, I don't know. It's like she calms down until they ask her a question. And then once they ask her a question, then she's, oh my God, my life. Then she wilds out. And so it's a little too much for me. I do, Chief. Chief asked me if I have resting bitch face. I do. It's not my fault. I was just born like that.
Oh, tell me about him. Is he dead? I can feel the balls on him.
Hey, ma'am, if you'll do me a favor and just breathe. They're getting ready to transport him up to the hospital.
Is he alive?
Ma'am.
Is he alive?
Ma'am. Take a breath. Breathe for a second. Breathe. They're getting ready to transport him to the hospital, okay?
Is he alive? Please tell me to tell me.
Like he said, they're getting ready to transport him to the hospital, okay?
Oh my God. and kill me.
He said he was going to kill you?
Exactly. The stairs.
Ma'am, you have your ID with you? You don't have your ID with you? Are you able to sit up?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to lean against the wall, that'd probably help out.
Okay, so Kentucky Lee says, just the way the whole internet picks everyone's behavior apart, like what if I'm genuinely innocent when something insane happens at some point in my life and I'm either catatonic or act a fool? Listen, I worry about that all the time, because even people that know me well will say, I can be cold. And I actually don't intend to be cold, but when somebody is in a situation like this and they're completely out of control, I'm always of the mindset, if one person is out of control, nobody else can be out of control. Like there's the designated act a fool person, and clearly in this scenario she's it. So if I were on the scene there, I would not be able to act a fool because that role has already been filled, right? So, and I do feel like I would be absolutely judged. Like, look at her, she's not even emotional at all. Like, it's too much, man. I can't do it. But this just seems, there's something about this that seems disingenuous.
Leaning against the wall will probably help you calm down a little bit. Okay, so they're about to get him up to the hospital. What is your name, ma'am? Ma'am, what's your name?
My mouth is so dry.
Okay, just take a second.
Exactly. Love Louie. Yeah, I'm on body cam. Let me be normal. That would be me. What if somebody gets a hold of this body cam? And they're like, oh my God, that's Bendy from the ward. Oh my God, look at her acting a straight fool. Couldn't do it.
You say what?
Choking me. Oh my God, how did this happen? How did this happen? Oh my God.
What's your name, ma'am? You mind getting her information? Is there water in the fridge that I might be able to give you?
Yes, there's water there.
Is it bottled water? I'll bring you a bottle of water, okay?
Oh my God. Please tell me to be alive.
Like they said, they're getting ready to transport you to the hospital, okay?
No, he's not.
Can you tell me?
I've been opposed on him. Is he alive? Just tell me if he's alive.
Water for you, man. You do what you gotta do. Do what you can. Okay.
It's also another coping mechanism of mine is laughing and finding humor in this situation. He's done. He's like, here's your water. You just do what you got to do. You're going to wild out. You just wild out in this corner over here. We'll keep an eye on you. You can't go in the house. Just wild out over here. Bless it.
Can you tell me your name?
Oh God, please, dear God, let him be alive. He shot at me.
He shot at you? He shot at you? Okay, can you tell me your name?
What's our address here? 4238 4238 Bay Ridge Drive.
Hey ma'am, if you sit up, it might help a little bit, okay?
Okay, 4120.
Hey ma'am, can you sit up for me? Ma'am, if you sit up, it might help you feel a little bit better and help you to calm down, okay?
I can't.
You can't sit up?
I can't.
We're under cost. See Charles Ballard. What's your number, Sam? Yeah.
Can you sit up?
You made me go the stairs.
41, you go for 41 time. I told him to check the area, white mark circles on 30. Caller heard like yelling and screaming outside. 10-6 yelling.
Shut. Oh my God.
Hey, ma'am.
Let me see him.
You gotta stay here, okay? I can't let you go over there, okay? You gotta stay right here, okay?
Tell me if the sheet's over his head.
You gotta
Tell me if
stay
he's
right here, okay?
Tell me if he's alive.
They said that he was transported to the hospital.
Is he alive?
I haven't looked
Look at him for me.
you gotta
Tell me if the
stay
sheet's
right
over
here,
his head.
okay?
I'm afraid. Is the sheet over his head?
Hey, ma'am. How you feeling right now? As far as your physical health goes. Can you breathe?
Is he?
They're taking him over to the
Is
hospital.
he alive? Tell me. Is he alive?
I
Is he
didn't go up
dead?
there. Okay.
Just tell me.
I didn't see him. I can't.
Go ask him. Oh my God.
I'll ask him. Like, what do you think is happening here, lady? Like, you don't be bossing the cops around. They don't work for you. They ain't staff. Okay. The flinging herself onto the front yard just took me completely out. Like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when Letitia was in the interrogation room, okay, and she wanted to leave, and they wouldn't let her leave, and they were explaining to her the purpose of shutting a door because she was being detained, and she proceeds to then go and have some kind of, episode, a coronary event, and they asked her what her name was, and she said, what did she say? I think she said, she told them her age. I feel like she went 34. Like, yeah. That's what this is giving to me. This doesn't seem like, this isn't genuine. It's like over the top and too extra for me. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he's dead, isn't he? That's why they're putting this crime paper. Tell me if he's dead.
We're doing an investigation right now, okay? I don't know if he's dead or not.
Tell me if he's alive or if he's dead.
Hey, just stay
No,
right here.
I'm gonna go over there.
No,
Tell me.
Go over there, okay? You gotta stay here.
He's dead, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yes. He's dead, or you wouldn't be putting all this up.
Well, they're taking him to the hospital right now, okay? That's all that I know.
Oh my God!
Hold on a minute now. Now, you've been able to suss out the fact that they've put a sheet over his head and the crime scene tape up. You've been paying attention to everything that's going on around you. But when these men ask you what happened, your whole world falls apart. Oh, my God, I can't, my life. Girl.
Oh my God! How this happened?
I mean, she's completely uncooperative.
You're close. What's that? You're close. You can have a South unit go up to the hospital, stand by with our Mr. John.
He's alive.
Yeah. Time for our offensive line.
Well, help me.
There's a front somewhere with no.
Get him down somewhere.
No. She's not the only.
What?
I said she's not the only.
Well, we've got 2 cars. I'm gonna start bringing the cars. So one's gonna come back. What's your name?
Suzanne?
What's your name?
Suzanne?
Suzanne? Say it. Spell that for me.
Suzanne?
Yes. There's like, my name is Zach. There's like 6 different ways I know it's spelled Zach. So
Here we go.
I just want to make sure I got your name spelled correctly. Okay, I need you to take some slow deep breaths. Miss Suzanne.
And then he
Miss Suzanne, can you take some deep breaths for me?
slammed the door. And he got his gun out and he tried this, and then I ran up the stairs and I got my gun. Why I get my gun? Oh my God, what is happening?
Miss Suzanne, hey.
I shot my gun to relock the door.
Bruh, hose her down. Just fucking hose her down at this point. My God. I don't know if she vomited or not. She made the sound of vomiting, but I don't know whether she vomited. Just fucking get the hose, y'all. Come on, hose her down. She's out of control. She's doing and see how calm she's sitting in the chair right now. Now, it could be that she's sedated. She's on some type of medication that has a sedative effect. It's not how you say it, but you guys know what I mean. Oh my God, what a mess. What an absolute mess.
Okay, these paramedics, they're gonna look at you, okay? They're gonna make sure that you're okay.
Tell me if he's alive.
None of y'all be embarrassed. Listen, I don't keep the live chat up afterwards because it is my policy that what happens at the ward stays at the ward. So just get it off your chest, say what you need to say. We're just responding in the moment. We don't know any of these people personally. We're not, look, she is a defendant on trial for murder. Okay. These are not false accusations or anything of the sort. We're just commenting on what we see in the moment. Nobody have the guilt.
15.
Is he alive?
Ma'am, I have no
He must be dead because y'all are taking him to the hospital.
We're here for you, ma'am. We're not even sure.
I'm fine.
We're not even sure what happened. I have no idea.
Is he not alive?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
He's not dead. He must be dead because y'all are taking him to the hospital.
What
Oh my God.
I'm not even sure what's going on.
Oh my gosh.
Just DOA or? Okay. What's your name, ma'am?
Oh, we've gone out of her, Suzanne.
Yeah,
Suzanne?
she said that she got choked.
She got choked.
Yeah, that's what she told me. And she's fainted twice.
Suzanne, my name's Tyler. Nice to meet you. I'm so sorry about what's happened today. I don't really know what's going on. You don't have to disclose anything to me either. We're here for you, okay? Something bad's happened tonight. We need to get you checked out. Suzanne?
I have 3 children.
I understand. My mom's got 3 children too.
Proud Tyler.
Oh my God, he's dead and y'all are taking him in
Suzanne,
there.
I have no idea what's going on.
Transported into the hospital.
I have no idea what's going on.
That's okay, Tyler. She don't have any idea what's going on either. Thank you, preschool granny. You're a riot, my sweet friend, Jen Lou. I'm sorry. I just got calls it like to season, okay? And this is too damn much. The histrionics is too high. All right, here we go.
No, Suzanne, I have no idea what's going on, man.
Listen to me. Look at me. Listen to me. They can't.
I got put in jail.
Look, they can't.
He's having a
Miss Suzanne, I need you to listen to me.
I just need you to talk to me.
They can't
Suzanne.
transport him until they put an IV in and they do other stuff. That's what they're working on. They're going to the hospital right now.
Well, I don't have a
Okay.
A couple weeks ago.
What's your last name, Miss Suzanne?
We got to another bad fight.
What's your last name?
Oh my God! I need my sister.
Miss Suzanne, what is your last name?
40 steps, but somebody. Domestic in progress. Southeast Drive, 20.
Suzanne, your first name, what's your last name?
To leave. Revolving.
Tell me what is he?
I don't know.
She's given me secondhand anxiety like this. I'm having a very difficult time. Like she's too loud. She's too dramatic. It's too much. I wish I was on the damn sedatives.
We don't know.
I tried to shoot the doorknob off and I must have hit him.
Miss Suzanne, is one of these people?
No, I killed him. I tried to shoot the doorknob.
Miss Suzanne, is one of these cars out here yours?
4263, I think you're down.
This one?
One of these cars out here yours?
Yeah,
Which one?
the black one.
I'm trying to get your information, your name, first name, last name, date of birth.
Okay.
If you're not going to tell me that, I'm going to have to run your car and get it that way. What's your last name?
My name is Suzanne. My last name is Mericle.
Miracle?
Let's just take your bottles.
Okay, I have to stop this. I feel like I'm having a Steel Magnolias moment, a Weezer moment specifically. Is that your car or not, ma'am? These are not difficult questions. Now I'm intrigued.
Mericle. What's your date of birth?
Suzanne Merciel, St. Simon's.
That's me.
Okay, what's your date of birth?
May 15th, 1963.
Okay.
I'm 61.
Okay.
Do you mind if I take your vitals while I'm here and check you out? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to shoot but he shot me, shot at me. I tried to shoot the doorknob off.
I understand.
No, you don't. I got I had a lot of surgeries last year.
I'm just gonna be putting some stuff on you. I'm listening, okay?
And we got in a fight a couple weeks ago, and I decided to drive back home because I leave like 3 or 4 in the morning anyway. And I wasn't drunk. I've had I had a concussion in October. And I was driving the wrong way. The police pulled me over. I got put in jail at 61, and they put me on this. I had to sleep on cement all night. Well, I didn't. I lost my license. All because of this affair.
We put a few stickers on you, okay?
Is he alive?
You're taking him to the hospital right now, okay?
What is that? He shot at me.
They don't transport if they don't have anything, so when he left, he was alive.
He was?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Chill out.
Oh, baby.
Listen, you need to breathe, okay? You keep focusing on,
No, I can't.
focus on you.
I was trying to, I want to work this out, and he doesn't love me, I know, but I don't know.
Right now, let's focus on you, okay?
I don't know he's alive. Oh my God. I love him. You don't understand. I love him. We bought this house together.
I'm gonna put the tap on you, okay? Can you sit still as possible for me so I can get accurate readings on you, okay? We gotta make sure you're okay, all right? That's my job.
I'm okay. He's the one.
Right, our signatures on the case.
He grabbed me by the neck and dragged me upstairs.
The little one.
She's on words in there.
Just checking out your hands.
There's blood everywhere on him. I just got that.
Okay. Are you hurting anywhere?
This is 4 weeks now.
I understand.
Five, 62 or 63?
Sorry.
say M-E-R-I-C-L-E for her last name. She can give us one.
M-E-R-I-C-L-E?
M-E-R-I-C-L-E.
How do you spell your first name, Suzanne?
S-U-Z.
Hey, Eddie. Okay. Just want to make sure I was spelling it right. Date of birth is 5/15.
63. I'm 60. I'm 61. I don't know.
That's fine.
I'm a good person. I don't know. He's so big.
Look here, I've had dealings with the cops. I'm going to tell you right now. I ain't never not once told them I'm a good person ever. Because you know what? They ain't asked me that. I don't give. I've never heard some. I'm a good person. You guys are all welcome for the memberships. YouTube gives us 5 to give or 10 a month. I gave 5 away and already now I'm giving the last 5 and I see who got them and I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Yes, I have been in the back of a cop car. And let me just say this. I did not tell that officer I'm a good person. Why? Because I'm sitting in the back of a freaking cop car with handcuffs on. You think that officer gives a rat's fat kneecap if I say I'm a good person? No. They don't care.
Everything was good. I don't know.
What happened?
We had dinner.
Okay, keep going.
And then we started just talking. We got to arguing.
4116 to 4120.
He got his gun.
Here on the center.
Do you live here?
We just bought this place.
Okay. This is your husband you're talking about?
No, he's my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend, okay.
We bought this. We met each other like a long time ago.
Okay.
And then we got back together this year.
Okay. So having dinner, everything was going well, then he got into an argument and he grabbed his gun? What happened after?
So I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth. And he came in there. And then he got his gun. I said, what are you doing? He said, either you sleep upstairs or I sleep upstairs.
Okay.
And then he got his gun. I said, what are you doing with your gun? He said, I may have to.
You start to drive.
I don't know what he said. He said, what are you doing with your gun? And then we went back in here. And then we talked. And he had his briefcase on his shoulder. And he took the cover off his gun.
Same for his advice.
Then the argument got more.
4322 on Whitmire. Yep. Yes, sir. Let's see if I driving. Got another caller on the line. She invites me here. Next.
To go on.
She invites 10-0. You may have to drive.
That he'd been drinking too much. And he grabbed me by the throat. He said he would ruin me with my children. Because we were talking about, I said, I wish I never met you. You should have told me you were involved with another woman. And he said, you told my son. And then he said he was going to tell my children. And I said, tell him, I don't care. I've done nothing wrong.
4110, yes, sir.
Grabbed me again by the throat and tried to pull me upstairs. And he said he would shove that gun down my throat.
What happened next?
nothing.
Tell her children what? I want to know what that is too. And also, I think we can have a few takeaways of life lessons from this situation. Okay. If you're having an argument with somebody and they pull out a firearm or go to get their firearm, anyway, if there's a firearm introduced, the time for talking is over. The conversation is over. No follow-up questions are needed, no discussion. Also, this is the part of the story that doesn't make sense from the opening statements, that he went upstairs. At some point, he locked her out of that bedroom door, or out of that bedroom. He locked the door. Why not leave then? What aggressor do you know locks themselves inside of a room? That is a new one on me. Most of the time, the aggressor locks the other person in a room, but doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It's just in my experience, I have yet to hear of an aggressor locking themselves in somewhere. Amber Heard was pushing on the door, when he was inside the bathroom. Remember that? Like, people don't know how doors work. He was pulling, she was pushing, which means he was trying to keep her from coming in. Ugh. Something about this don't sound too good. It doesn't sound right.
I went. He said, I will.
4120, Baltimore.
He said, you're for me. And I went, I said, I'm going to get my gun.
So he assaulted you and choked you? Did he punch you or anything like that?
He just slapped me in the face.
Okay.
And then he pushed me. And then I can't remember.
That's fine. I don't want to.
He shot outside. He shot the gun. I was walking up the stairs. He said, stay away. And he shot it. And I went up, he locked the door, and I was like, open the door, and then I shot my gun at the door, and it must have hit him. Tried to get in, and I went downstairs and got the hammer, and I beat the door, and got my hand in the door, and opened it.
I'm sorry to ask you to tell me all that. Miss Suzanne, I think you need to get checked out. Absolutely. Miss Suzanne, so...
You got to find a couple weeks ago at this place. I live on St. Simon's, and I just come.
You're just visiting?
Well, this is my house, but he lives here full time.
Okay, I understand that. So look, there's some pretty intense stuff that happened tonight. Whether you come with me or not, you're going to be going to the hospital no matter what, okay?
Why?
You have to be evaluated.
I don't want to go. You don't understand. A couple of weeks ago, we had another fight about this woman. And I tried to give him grace, and he made me leave.
Yeah, I know.
And then I got told over, and they...
Miss Suzanne, I'm just going to get some basic information from you, okay? I don't want to upset you
I had to
further.
spend the night on a piece of slab.
I know, I understand.
No, you don't. There's a day.
I'm sorry, I can't understand.
Is he alive? Oh my God. There was blood everywhere. Oh my God.
Miss Suzanne.
I have a normal life. I'm a normal person. I'm a dental practice.
I gotcha. Miss Suzanne, I don't want to upset you any further.
Drag me up the stairs.
Miss Suzanne, I need you to calm down for just 1 second, okay? I understand you got a lot going on. But look, if you don't want me here, I'm going to be leaving here in a second, okay? So, you don't want to go to the hospital, right?
This is a problem.
Suzanne, we're just here for you, okay? Make sure you're okay.
You need to be for him.
Yeah, He's taking care of it. There's already somebody on
Is he
that.
alive?
They're doing all the
No,
they can.
look at me. Look at me. Is he alive?
They're doing the most.
No, he's not alive, is he?
I don't know.
Is he alive? Why can't y'all tell me?
We don't know. I just showed up here, Miss Suzanne. I've been trying to talk to you, but you're not talking to me.
I am talking.
No, you keep getting hysterical, and I'm trying to talk to you. You don't want to go to the hospital with us, do you?
No.
Okay, I need you to sign right here, okay? These officers are going to do what they need to do and then investigate further, okay? All right, so sign right here.
Radio 4216, Baltimore.
I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. What medications are you taking?
Progesterone.
Progesterone, okay, it's a hormone. Yep,
I take Lexapro
okay. For what, anxiety, depression?
for anxiety.
Anxiety, okay.
And then in the morning,
Do you have a history of high blood pressure?
no.
Okay, all right.
I've never had.
That's fine. You might just, you're just stressed out right now. Your pressure is elevated.
I take thyroid medicine in the morning.
Synthroid?
No,
Levothyroxine?
no, some others.
Okay, no worries.
It's like mixed up.
Okay, gotcha. Are you allergic to anything?
Penicillin and clindamycin.
Okay.
I'm a normal person.
I'm not questioning whether you're normal or not. These are just, Miss Suzanne, these are just.
Is he alive?
I have no idea. I wish I could.
I'm better than blood.
Like he said, they're doing the best they can. Miss Suzanne, you shot him. So I mean, it sounds like that's what happened. You shot through the door and it may have hit him. I have no idea what's going on. That's what you told me. So.
Oh my God.
Mrs. Suzanne, do you know what year it is?
Huh?
We watched the movie.
Which person? Yeah.
Don't need us or anything else.
So, I know you guys are taking, essentially, rights from her. Or, like, you're taking over. She does wrong, need to go.
And Judge, I'm pausing it briefly at 44:55, and I'm going to fast forward a little bit. It's a long body cam, so I'm just going to fast forward, and I'll notify the court when I hit play again. I'm going to go ahead and hit play at 47:35.
Oh my God.
Radio 4215.
This is just horrible.
Hold it in 25.
It's mad at me because I found out, but I was giving him grace because I love him. I wanted us to work it out. God, please, God, for your life, please take him. What do I do?
Radio.
I should never have got my gun. I thought he was gonna kill me. He said he was gonna, he put it like towards my mouth and he was gonna shove it down my throat.
Have a seat, I'll see you right there.
Dear God, please help me. God, please. In jail. And I was arrested here a couple weeks ago. They said I was a thief, but I wasn't. I mean, I have a concussion. Oh my God! It's like a nightmare. God, please be alive, please. Take care of me. Oh my God! How does this happen? just feel for a pulse.
40, can you give me? 023404, being 023404.
So much blood. Why did I go get my gun? He kept telling me he was getting. He told me, no, don't go to sleep. I should have just left. I told him I was going to leave, but I was scared because the last time I left, we got in a fight, I got pulled over, and they were not. I have a hearing problem.
What else do you do?
You stand right there with us.
Maybe in the garage?
Oh my God.
4015, are you copy me? 4015.
Oh, baby.
Probably, 7. Do you want me to
Leave me alone. God. I told him he was drinking too much. He got so mad at me.
2022 Honda Civic.
Judge, I'm pausing at 52:50 and I'm going to fast forward just a bit. I'm going to start again at 55:50.
He got mad. I told him
Welcome back, Jenny.
I didn't want this house anymore. That he told me he didn't want the house. He said, do you want it? I said, let's just sell it. And I told him, because he's been paying that woman in Romania money. And I just said, you can pay the rent for the next 6 months. And let's just not see each other, talk to each other, and let's just. And he said, if I made time, he would kill me. He told me to shove that gun down my throat. I'm just happy. We're both good people. We're both good people. Sometimes
So she was arrested for a DUI. They had gotten into an argument and she ended up leaving the house and she got pulled over and got a DUI.
just don't work out. Oh, Jason. Oh my God, he's such a good guy. He really is. I know that woman. I know. He's a good. Oh my God. Oh.
I don't think they asked her anything, Brandy. If
Oh my
they did,
God.
hold on. I can't. I'm not going to holler all over all that caterwauling. I don't even. If they asked her something, babe, it has gone. It has left my brain. It is gone. It is down the road, past out the neighborhood, and off down the street. It's in another zip code. I have completely forgot what if anything, they even asked her.
Oh my God. What just happened? Oh, I got so many things. I told him, let me sleep up there, you sleep here, because this door doesn't lock, and that door does. He told me me not to close my eyes. I should have just got in my car and left, but I got that stupid device thing on it. Oh, God, how's my world turned upside down?
Have a seat.
Oh. She's got the breathalyzer on it. On her vehicle. So it's not inoperable, but you got to blow in it. So if you have been drinking and you blow in it, it's not going to let you drive.
Lord, oh, God. I don't want this to happen to me. We're putting stuff together for our house.
Ready, 4216, yes, sir.
I told him, I said, why did you? And I'm not mad at him, I'm just hurt. And I told him that. I mean, I wasn't mad, I wasn't. But he kept yelling at me.
She's given everybody the not mad, just disappointed.
He's got 2 boys and grandchildren. God, please let him be all right.
2173.6.
God, please let him be all right. He is a good person.
173.6.
And that was a long time ago. You know, we got back together. God, please, God, take care of him. Oh, my God. He shot at me. At one time, maybe, but all I was trying to do is open the door. He must have been right there. I don't know why he didn't unlock it. Judge, I briefly paused it at 1:01:48, and I'm going to fast forward just a bit.
I mean, that's a good point. Kentucky Lee says, oh, I just realized that might be bad for life and death situations. Like, say you were drinking, but you're in 100% life or death, like an intruder, you can't leave. I mean, or yeah. I mean, I never even thought about that, but that's a good point.
I started it at 1:14:19.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name's Matt. Give me just a little bit and we'll talk, okay? Thank you. No, I said, if you need anything, my name's Matt.
Brandy, we don't know if she's been drinking or not yet. We don't know. They haven't got there yet. Nobody's actually, I don't think anybody's even asked her if she's been drinking. Oh.
Deputy Thomas, just briefly, who was that we just saw get on scene?
That was Investigator Medford.
And why did he arrive on scene?
After we got on scene and realized what we were dealing with, we contacted our CID persons unit and they responded out to the scene.
Okay, thank you. Is that to
Okay, so Kimberly says, but he wasn't armed, correct? Well, there's dispute over that because when officers arrived, there was a gun laying next to him. But after they did all of the investigation, the thing of it is, she went around and collected all of the shell casings and flushed them down the toilet. So the state's theory is that she took his gun and made it appear as if he had shot at her.
typical in cases like this where you would call out CID to come and investigate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in cases like this, would a patrol officer ever do any of the investigation?
No, not on something like this. We would always call.
Judge, I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit more. Right now it's at 1:14:39. I'm gonna start it again at 1:21:09.
How do I know if he's okay?
Well, like I said, he's at the hospital right now.
No, how am I gonna know if he's okay?
We'll worry about that in a little while, okay?
God, please let him be okay. I told him. He told me that he ended it with her. He did, and I told him, I said, if you want it, just take it. I don't care. I mean, I'm too old for that, but. He's not so bad either.
I believe Kimberly, because not only did she take the casing, she also took a couple of the projectiles as well. And so they started looking around and they found them in the septic line because she has a septic tank. So, I mean, we're just on day one. This is only the second witness. And the only thing we've heard thus far as evidence goes, is these body cams. So we haven't even got there yet. We're not even, I mean, this thing goes on for quite a while. So we're not there yet.
How did this happen?
No, Love Louie, she's still on it.
Oh my God.
4120 radio, 1038. Hospital Highway. Approaching the Old Ford Road, the black on the stand by for the 28th.
And got him and beat the door and put my hand in there to open the door, and he was right at the door. I couldn't even push it open. He must have been standing right there. And I was screaming, open the door. Yeah. I said,
4120 radio, 20 is going to be Charlie Zulu Henry.
Judge, I paused it at 1:24:14. I'm gonna fast forward some.
Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Come back at, we'll call it even 2:30. 2:30.
We're skipping ahead. Don't y'all worry.
The interview room. Do you go in the interview room with the defendant, or do you?
I have an answer.
I've seen a lot of things in trials in my day, but this is going to be a first for me. This type of body cam is very new for me. But here, the other thing I think, that got the cops kind of side-eyeing her in the first place is when they arrived after she called 911, they saw her cleaning up blood. And now, and then they try to talk to her about so she's got the presence of mind, and she started coming down the stairs, and presumably when she saw them, she promptly turned around, and then I guess she decided they're not going to leave. I better go to the door. So then she went to the door, and that's when all of the started.
State's temporary visitor license status valid once. Yeah, well, thank
When he told me, I should have just left. I said, open the door and put your gun outside. And then I tried to take the lock off. Why'd I do that? Oh my God, why'd I do that? It's 1:48:29. I'm going to fast forward to 2:12:59.
This level of dramatic and histrionics is what's new to me, Kimberly. Not the literal body cam footage, you know what I'm saying, but this behavior on a body cam, this is a level of extra that I have not seen, I don't think ever. Not this extra. Even Letitia wasn't this extra.
Thomas, is that investigator Mefford that we see that came into the screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Suzanne? Suzanne? All right, Suzanne, I introduced myself earlier. My name's Matt. I was wondering if we could have a conversation. Will you be willing to come to my office with me? It's warm there. I'll be able to get some water.
I don't want to go anywhere.
You don't want to come to my office? It's warmer there.
I don't want to go anywhere.
Will you please come to my office with me?
Can I just stay here?
It's warmer there, and I'd like it's better that way.
I don't want to go anywhere.
Okay. It'd be a lot better, but like I said, we can go there.
No, I don't want to go anywhere.
Where would you like to talk to me at then?
This way.
Can we go sit in a car or something?
Why can't we talk right here?
It's cold, and I'd like to sit down.
Why can't we talk right there?
Well, I'm going to have somebody take some photos and stuff. I'll explain the whole process to you.
I don't want to go.
So you don't want to go at all?
She's rethinking she should have gone to the hospital. I'm exhausted too. This is only the second witness, y'all. Second. Number 2, PWO.
Is he alive?
Right now he's at the hospital, and like I said,
That means he's alive. I need to know.
honestly, I'm here with you. I have somebody going there to check, and I'm here with you, and that's why I'd like to talk to you about what's going on. I'd like to have a sit down and be able to have a conversation, but right here, it's just not the best place.
A couple weeks ago, we had a fight about the same thing. And he threatened me. And I got in my car and left.
I want to talk to you about all of that, but I want
Well, I got arrested. And I'm 61 years old. I'm a dentist. I'm a mother of 3.
I'm a good person, we know. Kimberly, it's me. I didn't explain it very well. I've just never seen anything like this. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Hey, Lakeisha says, hello, Bendy. Do you remember Donna Adelson? Suzanne sounds just like her when Donna was in the van being transported from the airport. You know what? Donna was extra. I think this chick is above her. I think this chick out extra'd Donna Adelson, even when Donna Adelson was found guilty. Oh my God. Remember that? I'm telling, I would make a fantastic juror, except for on this case right now. There's no way as a I don't think I could sit through this and make no faces. Although I don't think they admonished the jury for making faces. So maybe I would just have to look down at my paper. I would be doodling. I'd have to keep my hands busy. I'd have to be doing something else.
Okay.
Normal. I have a hearing problem.
Mm-hmm.
And my hearing aid was dead. They yelled and screamed at me.
Okay. Well, nobody's going to yell and scream at you today.
They threw me in jail on a cement, and I stayed there all night.
So now I want to go to my house. I want to go to the jail.
And then tonight, threatened me, and I should have left, but I was scared.
And I want you to be able to tell me all about that.
I'm not scared. I just don't know what happened. He put that gun on my lips.
Mm-hmm.
I've just had a really bad last year, this year.
Okay. So like I said, I want to talk about every bit of that. So
I don't want to talk about it. Everything was fine. All I was trying to do, he shot the gun, and then I was trying to shoot the lock off, and it must have hit him. And he got the door, and he wouldn't open it, and I ran downstairs and got a hammer and beat the door and put my hand in there, and then there was blood everywhere.
can we please go to my office and talk about that? I hear everything you're saying. It's very important. I want to go talk to you in my office about that. It's warmer there. I'll get you water. All this stuff you're having to tell me. I'll tell you this, when I get to the office, I will have an answer. I'm here with you right now. I will make a phone call, have an answer, but I really want to talk to you.
Oh my God. I'm just a normal person.
Do you need shoes?
I want to go.
Okay.
I just want to go.
Well, I really want to talk to you. It's very important to me.
Why can't we just talk right here?
Because this is going on. You know, you've seen me and my partners here for a few minutes now, right? So I'm going to be very honest what we're doing. Because it's a thing I have to process, know what's going on. So I had to write a search warrant for the house because I can't do that on consent under these circumstances. So what's about to happen is they're going to have that signed by a judge, and then I have another friend that's going to come in with a camera, and he's going to take pictures of everything. And we're going to go from there. And I don't want to be here while he's doing that. And while he's doing that, me and you can go talk. I mean, you have a lot of important information to tell me. You have a lot of important information, like you're telling me, and I really want to know more about it.
Can I change?
Absolutely. Where are your clothes?
In the house.
Where at?
In my bedroom.
Is that the downstairs bedroom?
Right here.
Okay, there's no guns or anything in that closet, is there?
Oh.
All right, come on. Yeah, we can. Breland?
Yes, sir.
Come on. Let's. So what's going to happen is this deputy here.
I'm gonna pause it or stop it at 2:20:08. So Deputy Thomas, what happened after here? Was the defendant able to go change her clothes?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Who went with her?
To go into the room, it was me and Deputy Breland and our Deputy Westmoreland. Once she started changing, Deputy Westmoreland stayed in there and watched her.
So after she changed clothes, what did you do next?
I transported her to the law enforcement center.
Was she under arrest at that point?
No, ma'am, she was not.
How did you transport her to the law enforcement center?
In my patrol car.
Was she handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Was she informed that she wasn't under arrest, or did anybody say anything about whether or not she was under arrest?
Yes, we made it very clear that she was not under arrest and we were not going to the jail.
And so when you say not going to the jail, where is the law enforcement center and where is the jail?
The law enforcement center is located on Browns Bridge Road. The jail is located on Barber Road, which is off Candler.
So totally separate locations?
Yes.
So while you were transporting her to the law enforcement center, what was Investigator Mefford in the car with you? Was he somewhere else?
No, ma'am. He was still on scene for a little while, and then eventually he came and met us at the law enforcement center.
And once you got to I guess while you were on your way to the law enforcement center, did the defendant make any more statements to you about what happened that night or anything like that?
She didn't make many statements. It was more of just the same, of her yelling occasionally. Sometimes she was quiet. She was asking me how long it was going to take to get there, and I kept updating her on that.
Once you got to the law enforcement center, what did you do when do you pull into the front, just walk in the front doors? Is there a back door you have to go through?
There's a back door that we can access that's gated off, and that's where I went.
When you get there, you get out of the car, what happened next?
So I should preface it with this. I was still on field training or refresher course. I just gotten back from an deployment overseas. So I thought I knew where the person's unit was located at. I thought it was up on the 3rd floor. It was not up on the 3rd floor, and I went on the wrong side. Eventually, I went back down to the parking lot, and there I met one of the other investigators. He was able to let me up to the 2nd floor on the left-hand side, looking at it from the back, and let me into the investigators' offices.
So you said the person's unit's on the 2nd floor?
Yes.
Is that where you were supposed to be headed?
Yes, ma'am.
So before you could find where you were supposed to be going, what were you and the defendant doing?
We were walking around up at the law enforcement center trying to find the right door.
So y'all just kind of wandering around trying to figure out where you're going?
Yes, ma'am.
Is she saying
Bless it, this officer wandering around with this caterwauling lunatic. Oh, bless his little heart.
anything to you while you guys are trying to find the law enforcement or the CID unit?
No, ma'am. At one point she stopped and she asked me again if he was dead, and I again informed her I didn't know because I was with her the entire time.
Once you got to the interview room, do you go in the interview room with the defendant or do you go somewhere else?
I stay outside.
Do you stay outside for the entire time she's being interviewed?
I do. There's one point where she tries to leave and says that she needs to go to the bathroom. I don't go into the interview room at that point, but I'm in like the hallway where the interview rooms are.
So at one point you said she needed to use the restroom. Was Investigator Mefford in the room with her when that happened, when she needed to use the restroom?
No, he had stepped out with another investigator.
So was she in there alone?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
So what happens, what's Hall County's policy when someone's being interviewed in the interview room, they're not under arrest, but they need to, like, for example, use the restroom? Like, how are you trained to handle that situation?
So with her being a female and me being a male, we always have to escort someone at that point because where they're at is a sensitive location. Even my badge doesn't have access to that floor. I have to get let in by an investigator. So we still have to stay with them because there's sensitive information in the area that they're at. With her being a female, me being a male, I couldn't escort her to use the bathroom, but there was a female investigator who came and was able to escort her.
So if it had been a male in that room and they had asked to use the restroom, would you have been able to just immediately take them out and escort them to the restroom?
I would have probably went and asked if that was okay with the investigators. And then if they were good with that, then yeah, I would have escorted them to use the bathroom.
And so because she was a female, what did you do when she asked you to use the restroom?
The first time, I wasn't sure exactly how long it was going to take. She came out and asked, and I said they should be back soon. Then she came out and asked the second time, and as we were having that conversation, a female investigator walked up. I let her know that she needed to go to the bathroom, and she took her.
Okay. Backing up to, well, I guess after the interview, what's your role as far as this case is concerned?
After the interview, I've had no other interaction with this case other than testifying.
So backing up to your time on scene with the defendant, did you observe, I guess we watched on your body cam, were you able to observe her overall general behavior and demeanor while you were on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she appear to, while you were on scene, did you note whether there were tears coming out of her eyes?
I did not observe tears coming out of her eyes.
Did she ever ask you for like a Kleenex to blow her nose or wipe her eyes or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
We saw also that at some point she was kind of like dry heaving, but because your body camera was like higher up, we couldn't really see what was going on the ground. At any point, did she ever actually throw up?
No, ma'am, she did not.
We also saw on your body cam that there were a couple times where she falls to the ground and appears to faint. At any point, did you ever observe her lose consciousness?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When she would fall to the ground, do you remember if her eyes would remain open or closed?
The first time, I can't remember. She was kind of turned away from me, but the second time, her eyes remained open.
I don't believe I have any other questions. Thank you.
Are you suggesting to this jury she was faking it?
Whenever I initially arrived on scene, like I said, we were still trying to figure out what happened. The longer that I remained on scene, the more it appeared to me that she might be trying to deceive us.
Okay. So when you said to patrol right there on the scene, she's having a panic attack, that was false?
Like I said, at the current moment, that was not, because we just arrived on scene. She was exhibiting these behaviors right then and there at first. So I did have a genuine concern at that point. The longer that we were on scene, the more it became apparent to me that she might be trying to deceive us.
Okay. Tell me why it is apparent to you that she's deceiving you right there in the front of the house.
So since then, I have been to an interviews and interrogations course. It was 40 hours. In that, we were trained on how to spot certain behaviors that indicate that someone might be trying to deceive law enforcement during an interview. One of those is change in emotion or possible fake emotion. And what I mean by that is there's instances in this where she's manic, she's screaming, she's yelling, and then she'll be calm for a while, and then out of nowhere she starts up again. Like I said, I didn't observe tears coming out of her eyes. That's another thing that they taught us. There's several instances in this where she's not making direct eye contact with us, or she's kind of closed off, which is another indicator that someone might not be telling the full truth.
So obviously in your report that you wrote a report, right?
Yes, sir.
Obviously in your report, you wrote, I had fears or concerns that she was faking this.
Not in the report, no, sir.
Okay. In other words, it's not in your report anywhere.
Correct.
Okay. And you've testified in this case before, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't mention it that time either?
No, sir.
Just today?
Yes, sir.
For the first time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you about what you could, we all can hear and see most of what you can hear and see, but I want to talk about what you could smell, okay?
Yes, sir.
You testified in this court about this before, and I asked you questions about this. I'm going to ask you questions about whether you ever smelled any alcohol or drugs coming from her person, okay?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And the answer to that is?
No, I did not smell it at the time.
You didn't smell any alcohol coming from her person. You're watching her there for about 3 hours?
Correct.
And you also transported her to the jail in the back of your vehicle?
Correct.
Nothing at all as far as odor of alcohol from her person, true?
True.
Were you responsible for searching Miss Mericle at any point as far as you can recall?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not she had a phone on her person?
I do not know.
At some point, Miss Mericle attempts to get up and head back into the home. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, she did it kind of a couple of times. She was trying to go in there and get water, and she said things about not being able to speak until she got some water in her throat.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Is that one of the fake things that they taught you about?
No, sir, that's not.
Okay. So she wants to go back in the home, and you precluded her from doing that.
Yes, sir.
And you have made it clear what the reason for that was. You felt that she could obviously contaminate the crime scene. That's one of the reasons.
Yes, sir.
Right? And as you said before, in that state of mind, she could be a danger to herself.
Yes, sir.
You've observed people in that state of mind before, and you were concerned she could be a danger to herself.
Yes, sir.
That means take her own life.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
No other questions, Judge?
You're welcome, Chief.
May this witness be excused?
No objection.
No objection.
Guys, I went
Thank
to
you for your
SW
testimony. You're excused.
right now, and I'm going about that.
You want to call this witness? Would you like to take a brief break?
You tell me what you'd like.
I'll
I know we spoke earlier, so.
I'll leave it up to the court. I have a few questions to ask and go through some pictures, which we do have up here before we get to the introduction of the physical evidence. So if you'd like to make some more progress before we take a break, we're certainly happy to do that.
That would be my preference, but it's your case.
The state calls Cameron Durham.
Okay.
I mean, maybe the officer didn't testify prior about.
Welcome, come on up.
About her appearing to be fake AF, because all that they would have said is, do you have any special, were you trained to spot, blah, blah, blah. And he would have had to say no, which is why he started his answer how he started it, I think. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter what the officer says. The body cam speaks for itself. Hey, Sherry, how are you?
You swear affirm the testimony about to give be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you so much. Please get comfortable, adjust the microphone. Thank you. For the record, please state your full legal name.
Cameron Durham.
Thank you.
Sergeant Durham, how long have you been in law enforcement?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office, so it'll be 35 years in June,
Where did you start out in law enforcement?
with Hall County.
What were you doing when you first started out in law enforcement?
I started out working in the detention center as a jailer, worked about 18 months in the detention center, then went to patrol, worked on patrol for about 3 years, and then into CID or criminal investigations.
So how many years have you been doing criminal investigations and crime scenes?
When I was on patrol, I was doing shift crime scene. I was a shift crime scene tech, so I started doing crime scenes on patrol in around 93.
And at what point did you become a crime scene investigator and that was all you did?
I took over full-time crime scene in 2001, I believe.
How many hours of training do you have?
A little bit over 3,400 hours.
How many of that is specifically related to crime scenes?
I'd estimate between 14 and 15, maybe 1,600 hours.
How many crime scene investigations have you participated in?
Over the years, there's been probably a couple thousand.
How many death investigations have you participated in, whether they are suicide or homicide?
Suicide and homicide, probably over 500. Accidental natural deaths, probably over 800.
Do many of those investigations involve firearms?
A good bit of them do, yes.
Do you have any certifications in your connection as work as a crime scene investigator?
So Brandy says, why wouldn't he put it in the report? Well, he probably should have, but also the body cam footage is there. And he could have noted whether or not she was crying. So, I mean, ideally, you'd like it to be in the report. Yes, you would. But I think these circumstances, I think this investigator was probably of the opinion that you can see on the body cam whether she's crying or not. I mean,
I'm certified through POST, or the Georgia Peace Officer Standard in Training. I'm certified as a crime scene technician and as a latent print examiner.
Judge, the state tenders Sergeant Cameron Durham as an expert in crime scene investigation.
No objection to that tender.
Directing your
Hold on a
attention-
second.
Yep.
Thank you. So ordered. Members of the jury, just like any witness, it's your duty to determine credibility, whether you do or do not believe a witness. Experts, the purpose of an expert is to help the jury with things that you may not otherwise know. That being said, and no comment on this witness, an expert witness gives, you give any credibility or not credibility as you so choose. State.
Thank you, Judge. Directing your attention to the early morning hours of March 8th of 2025, did you investigate a crime scene involving a shooting at 4238 Bay Ridge Drive here in Hall County?
Yes, I did.
Did part of your duties as the crime scene investigator involve the taking of photos?
Yes.
Judge, I am going to hand Sergeant Durham what I've got marked States Exhibits 7 through 179.
I apologize. 7 through 179.
Yes, Judge.
And I trust that y'all reviewed these before trial,
Yes, correct. She just handed those to me.
like just now? Or-
We reviewed those previously, Judge.
Okay, so are we good with all those coming in, or do we need to go through every single picture?
We don't have an objection to 7 through 179. No further objections to any of those.
All right, so 7 through 179 are admitted without objection.
So I'm going to ask the witness to thumb through these and see if he recognizes these as a group.
That's fine.
yeah, Sarah, you're right. Body cam has really changed the game. super exciting watching him come through 172 photographs. Good Lord.
No further objections, 71 through 179.
Thank you.
So as part of investigating the crime scene, in addition to taking the photos, what was the very first thing that you did when you started working on this case?
Well, the photographs were taken, and you also go in and observe the scene. In this case, when I arrived at the scene, we were still waiting for a search warrant, so I went to the hospital in this incident and took photos there at the hospital and then returned back.
What observations did you make at the hospital?
The victim was at the hospital. They had already pronounced when I started doing the photographs. I observed the injuries to the body and collected the clothing there at the hospital and personal effects that he had.
Okay. And where did you go after leaving the hospital?
I went back to the scene at the residence.
Okay. So in connection with the scene, we're going to start with Exhibit 7.
Does that do anything for y'all? Okay, she got to skip around a little bit. These are the worst whisperers ever. The freaking mics pick it all up. Might as well just say it.
So what is this a picture of?
It's a photograph of the residence. This is a couple of days after the original call, but you can see one of the vehicles is still there. The doors are down and secured, but it's just the outside of the residence.
Redacted. Okay, good.
And then State's Exhibit 8.
Photograph of the back of the house.
State's Exhibit 9.
That's not
Photograph as that evening or that morning when I arrived on scene. You've got the garage doors up, vehicles that are parked there, and you can see the front of the house.
State's Exhibit 10.
Another photograph showing the vehicles a little clearer. You can see the open garage doors, the residence again. You can see stairwell and damage to the upstairs window.
State's Exhibit 11. What are we looking at here?
Photograph of the foyer or the staircase and the window up on the second floor,
Okay.
where you can see the damage to the windows.
Okay. And I'm going to try to shine this light. It's not working on the screen. Can you, I know you're tall, so would you mind showing the jury what you're talking about as far as the windows? You can use a pointer, you can use your arm.
The entrance to the house, and then you have the window here where you can see the landing for the staircase, the second floor window, or the top floor window. You can see the two defects on the window.
All right, and then now we're looking at State's Exhibit 12. What is State's Exhibit 12 a picture of?
It's a close-up of the upstairs window. You can see the damage to the window. This is a through-and-through gunshot to the window frame or the window pane. This one, the interior glass is broken, but the exterior glass is still intact.
Did you find any projectiles associated with either of those two holes in the window?
No.
Now, State's Exhibit 13.
It's a photograph showing the entrance to the residence going into the great room.
And State's Exhibit 14.
Inside of the residence, showing the items that were there on the floor, some boxes, looks like some furniture that was to be put together.
State's Exhibit 15. What are we looking at here?
It's the back side of this would be the windows facing the back of the residence and the lake. The patio is out back, or the deck is out back.
And State's Exhibit 16.
This is standing in the living room, looking into the kitchen and dining area.
State's Exhibit 17.
Looking back on the far side, this is the area going back to the back master bedroom area.
And State's Exhibit 18.
The entrance into the master.
And State's Exhibit 19.
The master area, master bedroom area.
State's Exhibit 20.
Again, this is a different angle of the master bedroom. You see going into the master bath,
And State's Exhibit 21,
going into the bathroom, master bathroom,
and State's Exhibit 22.
master bathroom area.
And State's Exhibit 23, did you note anything of interest in the master bath?
There was a cloth, a washcloth type, there on the edge of the counter.
And State's Exhibit 24,
Going back to the bathroom, to the closet bathroom areas,
State's Exhibit 25,
closet in the master,
26.
again, closet in the master.
Okay. And I am going to skip over this one for right now, and we're looking at State's Exhibit 28. What are we looking here at State's Exhibit 28?
You're looking at the steps going up to the landing and then up to the second floor of the residence, or the top floor of the residence.
And State's Exhibit 29.
Photograph of the landing, you got the stairs over here are going up to the top floor. Photograph of the stairs and the landing, you can see a few blood drops, some bloody footprints, light footprints.
Okay, and for the record, that was State's Exhibit 30, and then State's Exhibit 31. What are we seeing here?
You're looking, these are the footprints again, and just some blood drops on the staircase.
And State's Exhibit 32.
It's a close-up or a little bit better shot of the footprint, one of the footprints on the stairwell.
And State's Exhibit 33.
This is going up to the top. This is the walkway, the overlook into the master, or to the main level, and this is the guest bedroom doorway.
And State's Exhibit 34.
The hallway just outside of the master bedroom. You can see the shoes that are there. There's some, again, bloody footprints, a few blood drops. Over to the side, you can see one of the firearms, and you can see debris from the door. Inside the master bedroom, or the upstairs bedroom, you can see bloody towels and part of the floor in there.
Were those towels like that when you arrived?
Yes.
What do you want? I'm trying to go to just to 35. All right, and this is the State's 35 or 36?
No, go back one.
Okay. Okay, looking at more closely now at State's 35, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at a couple of shoes, debris from the door. Inside, you can see the bloody towel. Looks like part of the handle for the hammer. And up in the center, you can see the Glock that's still resting on one of the shoes.
And then State's Exhibit 36.
36, you're just looking into the doorway here. You can see the Beretta, hammer, again, the towel, blood smears of blood that's on the floor. Again, you've got a little bit of debris from the door.
And what is your understanding of where Mr. Barron's body was found by the first responding officers?
My understanding was it was right in this area here.
And that's State's Exhibit 37. And now I want to show you State's Exhibits 38.
Again, you're looking at different angles. You got the bloody towels. This is the bathroom for this bedroom. You got blood in the floor, bloody footprints, blood drops, blood smears, and again the Beretta and the hammer.
And State's Exhibit 39.
You've got a close-up of the Beretta, the way it's laying on the floor next to the hammer.
And State's Exhibit 40.
Different angle, it shows a little bit better the hammer there with the Beretta that's on the floor.
And as far as you know, had those items been moved prior to you taking the pictures?
Yeah.
And State's Exhibit 41.
You got, again, the Beretta and a hammer. Over here was a satchel. You got bloody footprints, blood drops in the floor, blood going up into the bathroom area, bloody footprints again, blood on the walls there.
State's Exhibit 42.
It's moving back away from the other photograph. The door to the bathroom again is over here. And you're looking at the blood drops in this area, bloody footprints. This is the edge of the bed. You got some blood drops on the edge of the spread. little bit up at the top.
Okay, and let's look at, okay, State's Exhibit 43. What are we looking at here in regards to the drops of blood?
You just got a smudge over here, a smear, heavy blood smear. You've got drops that are coming over here. You got the bloody footprints coming in front of the bed. These areas right here look like they had blood in them at one time, but you can see the smear that transfer across them. You still got the outline of the blood drops, but a lot of the blood is moved or wiped away.
And backing up, I heard you say transfer. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by transfer?
What you're looking at, you see the outline right here, and you see how these blood drops are full. This is where it looks like something came across and transferred or wiped the blood away that had actually been in here. The heavier blood drops were disturbed by something.
And can you tell us anything about the drops of blood that are on the corner of the bedspread, and then below that, and then over to the left?
The blood drops that are coming down right in here look like they're passive. They're pretty heavy blood drops. They're larger, but they're passive. They're just dropping. There's no direction with them. And it's similar to this right here where you've got the edge of the bedspread where they're hitting and running down the edge of the bedspread, but they're just heavier blood drops.
And when you say the blood it's dropping, what exactly do you mean by the blood is dropping?
When the blood is dropping, if you've got it dripping off of something, or if it's dripping off of an arm, whatever, if you don't have any motion with it, if you're not throwing or casting with it to get direction to it, if it's just passively falling or dropping, the blood is just going to be dripping from the object or the extremity that's dripping from. So what you're looking at, these are rounded, more of a 90-degree blood drop just falling straight down versus something that's been cast or has force to it that will cause it to go at an angle.
Okay, and so what is your opinion about these blood drops on the floor?
They're just dripping from something that's got a good bit of blood on it. Like I said, I mean, they're pretty heavy drops, and you can see they've been in here as well. So there's something that's got a heavier concentration of blood on it versus something that's just got a little bit of blood that's starting to drip or fall.
Okay. And then looking at State's Exhibit 44, what are we looking at here in this picture?
Back from the corner, a little bit over here by the edge of the bed, you can see a holster that's right here. You can see the blood drops right here on the edge of the bedspread, the blood drops that were on the floor, the bloody footprints. You got the smudge of the smear right here, one of the towels. Over here you got the towel and Beretta and the hammer again. Blood drops here are blood on the wall, a little bit of blood up here, and also you have the impact point from a projectile that came through.
And then State's Exhibit 45.
A little bit better shot of the holster up on the bed. Bloody footprints again. The smear, one of the towels, just a little bit better angle. You can see a little bit of motion in the blood right in through here. One of the live rounds that was found is right here.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit 46.
The holster that's up on the bed, you see blood drops that are here around it. Blood drops down here on the edge of the spread again.
And tell us about the blood drops. What sort of blood drops are on the bed?
Most of these
spread?
look like they're still the same. You've got the blood drops here and here. Most of them are rounded. You're striking a fabric, so it could change the pattern a little bit, but most of them are more of a passive fall instead of anything that's cast and has movement to it.
So how might blood spatters like this, in your opinion, have gotten on the bedspread?
It's just dripping from something that's got blood on it. It could have been from a towel. It could have been from, I would say it'd have to be something that's absorbed a good bit of the blood because you do have quite a few blood drops, but more than likely it's just dripping from an object.
So, okay, while we're watching this, I'm looking at my phone and I'm zooming in. And Coffee asked if she wondered if the person meant to shoot the person on the other side of the door. And I was kind of up in the air about that. But first of all, why in the hell would you ever take out a gun unless you intend to use it? Okay. And using it on a lock is not a good use for a firearm. But that aside, looking at the way that the room is set up and listening to the opening statements about the way that the gun was less than 6 inches away from the actual door itself, and the angle in which it had to go in order for her to hit him the way that she did, I think she actually did stand there and intend to shoot it at him. I do. Because she, her story was that she was trying to shoot the lock off, except for she didn't shoot at the door handle. She shot above the door handle, like a lot above the door handle. And then she used a hammer to actually break into the door. So I feel like, yeah, she intended to shoot him. Maybe not kill him, but she definitely intended to shoot him.
And looking at State's Exhibit 47, I think that you had just mentioned earlier that you saw a live round on the floor.
Yes. One of the live rounds is right here.
Okay. Which gun did that live round, which gun do you associate that live round with?
The live rounds that were in the bedroom floor, both were a hollow point Hornady, and the Hornady ammunition was inside the Beretta.
And State's Exhibit 48, what are we looking at here?
This is the other round, live round that's laying up near the towel.
And is that also that's one of the rounds, a Hornady round?
Hornady, yes.
Associated with the Beretta?
Yes. And this is the other Hornady round that was laying over on the side. This one you can see is, tell both of them, these are the hollow point rounds versus a full metal jacket.
Okay. And for the record, this is State's 49. And can you explain to the jury, I know some of our jurors know a lot about guns, but some of them don't. Can you explain to the jury the difference between a full metal jacket and a hollow point?
Full metal jacket is just a lead core that has a full jacket around it, a copper jacket or a metal jacket. It keeps it intact. It's just basically a rounded projectile. The hollow point, you can see in this one, see how it's flattened out. It's got the little hole in the front. It's got the little cuts. The hollow points are designed to open up on impact instead of being just something that's just going to go through. It's designed to open up and be more effective as far as stopping value.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 50, I'm going to thumb through them real quick. 51, 52, 53, and 54. What are we looking at here, and what was significant to you in this picture, in these pictures?
You're looking at the footprints and the blood that's on the floor going into the bathroom. There was not any blood that we were able to detect on the toilet or on the handle, but on the floor around it and in front of the vanity or the sink, you had the bloody footprints.
And based on what you learned in your investigation, why were those bloody footprints in that bathroom of significance to you as a crime scene investigator?
The towels could have come from in there, but it also, when we went back and found the shell casings and rounds inside the septic system, it would indicate to me that that's where the rounds were flushed down the toilet.
There you go, Kimberly.
And
that's why they thought that the rounds, that's how they figured out the rounds went down the toilet, because of the bloody footprints in front of the toilet. He couldn't have made them because he was dead.
State's Exhibit 55.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why would
It's the photograph at the door. You can see the damage to the side of the door right here where the projectile came through. Projectile came through at the door. It struck the corner of the wall, and you can see where it went in, exited, and then you've got a little bit of blood that's on the wall, smeared, consistent with the handprint.
And then State's Exhibit 56.
You can see a little bit better photograph of the door. The door handle is here. Exit is here. You've got damage from the hammer, and again the wall where you have the entrance and the exit, blood spatter on the wall, and bloody handprint.
And just backing up 1 minute now, you said you can see the doorknob, and then you said you can see the exit. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by the exit?
I'm sorry, the defect? Okay, sorry. The entrance again, exit, the defect on the door, you can see this is where the edge of the door got pushed out from where the projectile came through. The impact up here from the hammer.
So are we looking at the inside of the door as if you were standing inside the bedroom and looking out?
Out, yes.
Okay.
This is the back side of the door.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 57, what are you measuring here?
measuring the height from the floor to where the, again, the impact from the projectile, impact from the hammer. And even in this, you can see a little bit of blood that's on the door as well. But you can see the damage to the door handle. And you can see where it's framed in with the little offset wall that goes into the bathroom.
Okay, and what room are you standing in when you're taking that picture? Or when that picture's being taken?
It's in the bedroom where the victim was found.
And so I see that the door is turned open, so
That's the front side of it.
that's the front side of the door as if it had been closed.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure of that. Okay. And then States Exhibit 58.
You look again, the measurements just showing the height of the impact of the projectile, where the handle is, and again, you can see the damage to the door.
But my question is, even before all of that, right? So Kimberly said, why wouldn't she have just used the hammer in the first place? That makes no damn sense. Why was she trying to get in there at all? If everything happened the way that she said it happened, and he choked her and, dragged her around, and then he went upstairs and locked himself inside of that bedroom, why were you, for a phone, over a phone? You've just been, smacked around, drug, thrown against walls, etc. He's locked himself into the room. Wouldn't that would be your moment to escape? I don't know why you would be trying to get in there to get your phone at all.
States 59.
You're looking at the impacts again from the hammer, a little bit of the blood, but you're looking at the interest from the projectile.
And States Exhibit 59.
Just the edge of the door where you can see where the damage was, where the projectile popped a little bit of the door out.
Oh, this is States Exhibit 60.
But again, it's just the impact right here. You can see the impact of the wall where it came through the door and then impacted the wall. The damage right here, the little paint transfers where the door was shifted out with the projectile when it went through.
And States Exhibit 61.
Got the door closed again, but you can see, again, the side damage. That is the photograph of the live round. That one's in focus. The spent shell casings are out of focus, but you can see that one's the.
Looking at States Exhibit 153.
But this is your impact point where it went through the front of the door, through the edge and into the bedroom. You're just looking at the angle that we were looking at to get the angle coming from is about 64 degrees. That's, if the door is standing here in front of you, the shot is being fired at about a 64 degree angle coming from the left, traveling to the right.
And then States Exhibit 159.
With this one, you're looking at the trajectory rod that's still through the door. You've got a angle finder that's placed on it, and you're looking at an angle somewhere between 5 and 7 degrees. There's a little bit of a tilt in it because the panel's not really pushed in because the door's kind of falling apart from the impacts. When you push it back together, it gets a little bit closer to a 5-degree incline.
So, let's see what we have here. Where do you think the best place to put it is? Should we put it closer? Okay. Hey, y'all. Maybe we want to kind of put it right here in the middle so they kind of see it.
There we go. Walk like this.
One position.
You want to look around?
Yeah, just
You don't just hold it during this.
I just had it off.
Hold it. You, because you got looked around already. I'll hold it. What do you think? You want to angle more? Okay.
Which way are we going?
Just angle a little more. No, that's too much, I think. He can't see. There. Sure you don't want you to hold it.
It'd probably be a decent idea for you to just stand there and hold it too, just to make sure of it.
I will. Let's just carry on and hold it. Hold it.
I just don't want it falling.
That's great, thank you so much. Hey, you all ready?
Yes.
Sergeant John, could you please show the jury, first point out the stippling pattern on the door?
You can see part of the stippling right in here. The little dots. Some of it is going to be the white where the paint's peeled up. If you look different angles, you can see where it's darker, but you can see the stippling right in here, this area.
And based on your training and experience, do you have an opinion about the position of the defendant when she fired the gun into the door?
She would have been in front of the door firing in this direction from the trajectory rods and from what we've been looking at.
Okay, and,
Trajectory rods from what we've been looking at, I'm sorry.
do you need us to repeat any of that? Yeah. You have it? Thank you. Okay, and I'm going to ask Ms. Gomez to step forward. And could you indicate the position of the defendant where the gun was fired, at the time the gun was fired?
Been right about here or in front of the door, a little bit of an angle coming this way. If the, put the rod in just to, what about the trajectory rod that we have?
Yeah.
The door starting to pull apart. But for the door to be together, you're looking at an angle something like this.
Come closer.
Yeah. And the angle is going to be this way with just a slightly upward trajectory with it. And we have the rod marked at a 6-inch distance of about this.
Everyone see that? And just for the record, Judge, Mrs. Gomez is 5'5" tall. All right, thank you. And that's all the questions I have, Judge.
I assume you're going to be longer than 15 minutes.
I'm afraid so.
Well, nothing to be afraid of. All right, we'll call it right now. And there's no swearing-ins tomorrow, so I'll be here at 9. 8:45, start at 9. Thank you.
Why is it not working? Can you guys hear me? There it goes. Whew, I've been talking this whole time and y'all couldn't hear me. I can't see nothing, but just looking at this door, let me make it like this. All right. This, where my arrow is the stippling. This is the hammer. And I mean, that is an awfully odd angle. It's not like a straight shot. Like she didn't fire straight through the door. She fired at an angle, like almost like she was trying to fire around that little wall that he was hiding behind. So I would imagine that after all the things that were, collected and photographed, particularly the bloody footprints in front of the toilet, which he was deceased, so he didn't make the footprints. And I would imagine that they went back and they measured and, found that they measured to her and that they were, in his blood. That's how they got the idea that she flushed the projectiles down the commode in the first place. But I mean, at first, when they were talking about this whole thing, I was like, this seems like a hell of a very unlucky shot, right? Like you couldn't make this shot in a million years. But I actually think she was aiming, like she knew that wall was there. Does that make sense? I see now why she's charged with malice murder. Okay, so we'll be back with day 2 tomorrow. I'm going to start much earlier. I'll be here. I'll start at 9 Central, 10 Eastern. And we'll go through day 2. And then we're only, I think, 1 day behind. So this way we'll be able to skip through lunch, all of the things, blah, blah, blah. I did really quickly want to update you guys on the Billy Wagner trial. So Billy Wagner, he's the last Wagner to be tried. Angela and Jake have already pled guilty. They've already been sentenced. George Wagner IV was convicted in 2022. He's the last one. Okay. It's been almost next month. It'll be a decade since this crime happened. It happened in 2016. So the last update is that it's gone through the appeals court. I want to get you guys this article. Give me just a second. Can you guys hear me, or are y'all even listening? Am I still live? It feels like something is not right. No, I can see on my phone everything looks fine. Okay. Wagner was back in court in February of this year, February 2026. But hold on a minute. So there's an article. Let me stop sharing this. There's an article from Fox 19 Now, local, from January 26th or January 23rd, 2026. And that, all right, so here it goes. Now that Ohio's Fourth District Court of Appeals has reinstated the death penalty at the request of the state, the trial date can be set unless Wagner appeals. Quote, "We are grateful for the decision out of the Court of Appeals," Special Prosecutor Angela Canepa said Friday. "This paves the way for the case to move forward again. We look forward to prosecuting this case so that the Roden and Gilly families can finally put this nightmare behind them." Wagner's trial has faced multiple delays, mostly because a new visiting judge, Jonathan Hine, took over the case and repeatedly clashed with Canepa. Hine dismissed Wagner's death penalty specifications over her vehement objections and to the horror of the victims' relatives. Hine, however, cited concerns about trial delays and litigation. Canepa went over his head to the highest court, alleging judicial malfeasance. Oof. The appeals court determined Judge Hine abused his discretion and found that, quote, "no sound reasoning process supported his decision." Canepa appealed another one of his controversial rulings. change of venue. It's not clear when the higher court will issue a determination on that. The original judge overseeing cases against Wagner and his family ruled that out and ordered it held in Pike County. Wagner's eldest son, blah, blah, we already know that. And George Wagner is appealing his conviction. So then they went back to court February 2026. And according to this article, defense attorney Mark Collins and prosecutor Angela Canepa said that because of certain legal considerations, Wagner's trial won't begin until at least October, marking more than a decade. It'll be 10 and a half years at that point, since members of the Roden and Gilley families were murdered in the middle of the night, execution style. Speaking to Canepa and Judge Jonathan Hine, Collins said, quote, if you set a trial date right now, sometime, in October would make sense. Hine then asked Canepa what she thinks. Your Honor, I don't disagree with Mr. Collins' timeline, Canepa said. During Monday's hearing, attorneys for both sides discussed conversations that have taken place about a possible plea deal or plea agreement. Collins said afterwards, quote, we will continue to do that. It's incumbent upon us to do that. Now, there keeps being an ad and it keeps moving the text. It's incumbent upon us to do that. Now, we may not like, the aspects of what the government in theory could be offering or not offering, but they haven't offered anything yet. Collins added, in a case like this, we have to go to the government, so to speak. Despite unfavorable rulings from an appeals court last month, Wagner is still pushing to remove the death penalty from his case. Also, Hine has so far not revealed where Wagner's trial will take place after granting the defense team's request for change of venue. But that's getting appealed. So hopefully, so if they're thinking about his trial taking someplace in October, I think they do what? I think they send out the jury questionnaires first. So maybe at the end of September, they'll send those out. Then they get them back. Then they start sending out, after that, they send out the summonses. And I suppose it depends on where or if there is a change of venue. Angela Canepa, and I agree with her, that taking it out of Pike County would be a bad idea. First and foremost, Pike County has already spent, this is the most expensive investigation in the history of Ohio ever, number one. And to prosecute them, they've been prosecuted in Pike County this whole time. Pike County is not a very wealthy county to begin with. So a change of venue means that Pike County would have to pay for a change of venue. Okay, so there's the expense. But I think beyond that, and probably what I would say is the most important factor in the case, is the fact that members of the Roden family and a few of the Gilley family are older and not in good health. And to make them travel a distance to go to attend a trial is an unreasonable hardship on the family. They deserve to be able, and the judge wasn't trying to hear that. He said that, they could watch the trial like on Court TV or Law and Crime or one of the, local news or whatever, whoever was streaming it, which I thought was incredibly cold. I'm not a fan of Judge Hine. I am deeply, deeply bothered by the fact that he's presiding over this case. He gave Jake Wagner a chance at appeal when, first and foremost, he wasn't to even be sentenced, and he agreed to this. So was Angela, until after they had testified satisfactorily in both Billy and George's trial. Okay. And he went ahead and sentenced them anyway. And then he chastised Angela. He said she could have stopped all of this. And the trigger man and the person this was all done by and for, Jake, he gave Jake a shot at parole, even though originally his plea deal was life without the possibility of parole. It's just, I just don't, you know, I mean, he could, at the end of the day, the jury, you know, if the death penalty remains on the table, I need to look into what judicial discretion he has, because it concerns me greatly, because the jury will go through the guilt or innocence, or the guilt or not guilt. I don't like to say innocence because that's, to me, actual innocence means something different. But the guilty or not guilty phase, they'll go through that phase first. And once so let's say they determine that Billy Wagner is guilty. Well, then they'll go through the death penalty phase, whether or not they give him the death penalty. And it concerns me greatly that if there is any judicial discretion and the judge decides, like if he's allowed to overrule what the jury determines and decide that, oh no, I'm not going to give him the death penalty, it's been too long. And you know, I didn't want him to, I thought the death penalty, because of the length of time it's taken to prosecute him, I think the death penalty should have been off the table. That's how I ruled. They appealed it, and now, you know, it's back on the table, but I can take, you know, remove it again if I want to. It concerns me. I don't like Judge Hine at all. At all. He's terrible. Anyways, so I just wanted to update you guys on that. But anyway, we'll be back tomorrow, 9 o'clock, bright and early, streaming day 2. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you have not done so, please do your girl a favor. Thumbs up, thumbs down, however you feel is appropriate. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your afternoon. Bye.